our day on the future of work and well-being. My name is Jim Knight, aka Lord Knight of Weymouth. My excuse for being here is I am one of the co-chairs of the all-party parliamentary group on the future of work down the road in Parliament, as the name suggests. And I am co-hosting today with Anna, who will introduce herself.
Thank you, Jim, and welcome everybody, and thank you for being here on behalf of the Institute for the Future of Work. I'm Anna Thomas, co-founder and director of the Institute. We're an independent research and development institute exploring how new technologies are changing work and working lives. Our mission is to shape a fairer future through better work. And we work, as today's agenda admirably illustrates, at the interface of academia, industry and policy. We're meeting today at a time of multiple crises and turning points, and it's against this background that I'm really excited about today's conference and the Pissarides Review. Technology is a driver of many of the trends and challenges we're seeing today, but it also offers huge opportunities if we get our priorities and our policies right. And a sharper focus on technology and work and well-being too is exactly the thing to do at this time, and exactly what the Pissarides Review is doing. So I'd particularly like to welcome and thank my co-founder and PI of the Pissarides Review, Christopher Pissarides, who will be top and tailing the day, before handing over to Mark Franks, who we're thrilled to be working with and supported by in the Pissarides Review.
And Anna, before I introduce Mark, I see it says Slido on the slide there with a QR code. What do you want people to do with that?
Log into Slido, use the barcode, and do submit your questions as we go throughout the day.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Mark is the director of the Nuffield Foundation. We're really grateful to the foundation for supporting the work of the Institute, for making this event possible. Mark, over to you.
Thank you very much. I should say I'm a director of the Nuffield Foundation, as my boss is here. But thank you for those introductory comments, and thank you all for being here. And to those joining online, for what I'm sure is going to be a fascinating and important event. So I am Mark Franks. I'm the director of the welfare domain at the Nuffield Foundation, and we fund research that drives social change and improves people's lives. And the Pissarides Review fits absolutely perfectly with those interests, and it's one of our most largest and ambitious projects. Now, there's a fantastic lineup of speakers arranged, and you'll be anxious to hear from them, as am I. But if you'll indulge me for a few moments, I'd like to say briefly why I think this is absolutely the right project at the right time. And in doing so, I'll focus particularly on the theme of inequality, which is a particular interest for the Nuffield Foundation. And I'll draw on findings from other Nuffield-funded research as I do so. So in terms of income, the UK is one of the most unequal countries in the developed world. Low-income households in the UK are now 22% poorer than their counterparts in France. And that's an income gap of £3,800 per year, and with a similar gap in relation to Germany. And where you live within the UK makes a huge difference. So we know that income per person in Kensington and Chelsea was 4.5 times that of Nottingham in 2019. And also wide inequalities according to ethnicity. So employees of Black, African, Caribbean, Pakistani and Bangladeshi origin earn significantly less than white British employees on average. And even though people of Indian and Chinese heritage actually do relatively well in the labour market, even those groups earn less than you'd expect once you'd accounted for their educational and other characteristics. And significant inequalities also persist in relation to gender. Working women earn 19% less per hour than men, and beside the effect of women's rising education attainment over time, that gap isn't narrowing. And part of the reason for that persistent gender gap is that many mothers currently sacrifice pay and progression to secure more flexibility, and some employers see such flexibility as incompatible with holding senior roles. Now, layered over those types of inequalities, volatile monthly incomes are a norm for a large share of the population, especially the low-paid, who are the most likely to experience monthly falls in pay. And I've focused on pay, but I could have just as easily talked about employment, hours worked, or the nature of work. There's huge inequalities in all of these dimensions. And I've also talked about inequalities as they stand now. But the Pissarides review is particularly focusing on how technology is changing people's experiences of work. And adoption of new technologies within a firm or industry might see some workers losing their jobs or experiencing downward pay pressure, while others performing tasks more complementary to the new technology might benefit in terms of employment. So while technology and technological change can be a force for good, the effects on employees won't be felt equally. And left unchecked, such change risks making the inequalities in our labour market and society wider still. And so with its focus on labour market frictions, the Pissarides review rightly recognises that work is about more than a single job or set of tasks, but about people's trajectory over their whole lifetimes and their capabilities to function in a changing world. And a happy and healthy workforce will surely also be more productive, which in the current economic context is surely as important as ever. So I've quoted a number of Nuffield-supported studies, and I should also mention that we created and support the Ada Lovelace Institute, which is at the forefront of understanding the relationship between digital advances and individual and societal well-being. And research, furthermore, is still underway, supported by the Foundation. So the Pissarides review complements other major Nuffield projects examining the UK's economic strategy, its skill needs, and the inequalities in our economy and society. And in what I know is a challenging funding environment, the Foundation remains open to doing still more to support research vital for the UK's future prosperity and well-being across our core areas of education, welfare and justice. So I look forward to hearing more in the coming session about the connection between well-being and work and the insights over the rest of the day about that connection and how we might seize the opportunities it offers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. And so we can go to our first panel, which is around the relationship between labour market change, work health and well-being outcomes. I think as a statement of the bleeding obvious, we've all coming out of the pandemic have noticed people changing their priorities, seeing the impact on well-being. I do a lot of work in education and we see that really significantly amongst children in this country, but we see it equally in the workforce. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the experts around all of that. Our moderator for the panel is Jolene Scordis. If you want to start coming up, that would be wonderful. Joined by Jennifer Dixon, joined by the eponymous hero of the review, Chris Pissarides, and by Nancy Hay. Over to you, Jolene.
Great, thank you very much. So in this first session, I do apologise. There are a few of you that need X-ray vision. I will sit a little further forward. In this first session, we will be exploring why well-being is central to the future of work. And as Jim has already said, this is a little bit the school of the obvious in that work and its relationship with health and wider well-being is a very well-established relationship. We know that good work supports good life. It supports sufficient income to feed, clothe and warm your family. It supports dignity, social networks and autonomy, amongst so much else that underpins well-being and health in general. We also know that bad work does just the opposite. It undermines dignity, it undermines autonomy, it creates insecurity and doesn't pay sufficiently to support a very basic level of well-being and life. So I'm going to say nothing more than that, other than to introduce our very eminent panel this morning. who will be taking us through the relationship between labour market change and work in wellbeing. So I think this is a really well-timed conference, because never more have we been aware of the impact of change and the need to forecast forward how it might be affecting our lives. So thank you very much to our panel. We have Dr. Jennifer Dixon, CEO of the Health Foundation. We have Nancy Hay, Executive Director of the What Works Centre for Wellbeing. And of course, we have Professor Sir Chris Pissarides. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask each of you to give us a 4 or 5 minute précis of your take on the topic. If we could start with Chris, seeing as he's in the middle, and then we'll move across, if you don't mind, Jennifer, to you and to Nancy. Chris, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darren, and a warm welcome from me as well. I'm very pleased to see you here, and we look forward to hearing any comments you might have, questions, or anything. So I'm going to be very brief. What we are talking about today in this session, is well-being at work, especially when there is change at work. And it kind of strikes me that if you look at the media and reports and all that, when they are talking about work and what's the biggest problem we're facing at work today, there's no doubt that what you're going to see is mentioned all the time is productivity. They will say, it's a productivity puzzle. I always wondered why it's a puzzle. When you don't invest, you don't grow. Basically, it's sort of economics 101, basically. And they go on, and there are productivity commissions and skills commissions and all that. But in fact, I think when it comes down to it, so well-being at work is more important than productivity. We should be paying more attention to it. Now, why might you say that? Well, if you remember that that this conference was first scheduled for September, and unfortunately we had to postpone it because of the passing of the Queen, and Richard Laird was going to sit where I'm sitting here. So I'm going to repeat what you have said to you then, if you could make it today. And it's basically because we spend so much of our time at work that if we care about subjective well-being, how happy people are, then we should care about how they feel when they're at work. And the way people feel at work, although pay affects the way they feel, and pay is affected by productivity, they care about a lot of other things, which Jolene mentioned. They care about autonomy, about relations with their managers, the influence they have in the company. Some survey that Richard had shown me that asks people what makes them most unhappy. And number 1 is commuting to work, and number 2 is seeing the boss at work. Well, that doesn't tell you much about their well-being at work. But they hate going to work, and they hate being there when their boss asks to see them. So we should be doing something about it, and I should emphasize that it's subjective. It's sort of how people, how happy are people. Now, others might say, well, we should care about good work because it affects productivity, and I have seen that in fact being said by the CPI. That's absolutely fine. If we get productivity, even if we aim for productivity, if you like, through providing good work, and we get as a byproduct happiness, then so be it. I enjoy happiness more than productivity myself if I were subjected to that. Although I should say that whenever there are surveys, no one says that they're happier with their work than academics, university professors. So maybe we shouldn't draw too many parallels from the work that we are doing. Now, why don't we see more of good work? And the answer is simply because implementation is very difficult. It's very difficult for bosses to know how to do it. And if you ask senior people, CEOs and all that, does your company offer good jobs? They will say yes. It's one of those things like, it's like if you ask American professors about their students applying to graduate schools, the vast majority, if not all, will say that their students are above average. And it's exactly what CEOs will say about work. You know, are you providing good work? They will say, oh, definitely above the average in the country, which it cannot be, of course. So, so how do you do it? You know, how do you bring about good work? And I think the way to do it is to include criteria. The board, in big companies especially, the board of directors should have criteria of good work in the way they evaluate how the company performs when they do their evaluations. Now they just look at financial criteria, you know, share value, profitability, their investments, and so on, and leave it at that. But you could define good work precisely, you know, like there are things like how much flexibility is there in the hours of work, or in the hours that they work. Do you give good opportunities or good provision for work-life balance? What kind of information do you give about your work to your employees? How much flexibility do they have in changing their roles at work? All those are criteria of good work. We'll draw up a list and check that list when you evaluate how well your company is performing. And if it's not performing well, then reduce their bonuses or whichever way, or give them more incentives. I think it's the only way to do it. Just talking about it, and I'm sorry about what's coming next time. If you go to Davos and listen to that and tell them there. I'm only mentioning it because we were saying earlier that Davos has just finished and all the big bosses were there. I'm sure when they're there, they're talking about good work, you know, what I said, that their companies offer good work. But when you don't evaluate it, then you don't see where you stand. That's it, actually. I mean, some other things I should mention that struck me about good work is that, you know, I've seen an estimate, again, by the CBI, in fact, that if British CEOs applied the management practices that American CEOs do, because the Americans are more successful in providing at least some of the features of good work that we mentioned, then British productivity alone will go up by 12%. Now, 12% is sufficient. Maybe we'll stop listening to the big puzzle of productivity. It is a big increase. I was surprised by how big it was. And the way it works is partly through incentives that people will have to work harder if they define their own roles within the company, and partly that they'll be much more welcoming to new technology, that they will be much more willing to introduce the new technology if they know they're safe at work, that they will not be kicked out because of the new technology being introduced, and they will help adapt their role given the new technology and therefore become more productive. So I would leave it at that. We'll choose people targets.
Thank you very much.
Fire CEOs that don't follow them.
Oh, well, I'm very nervous of any recommendation that we follow American labour practice where you can fire anyone at any time. That's quite an incentive to work harder. I think on that point we might turn over, Jennifer, if you don't mind, to you and get your thoughts on this and on the related subject. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jolene, and welcome, and very nice to see everybody, and again, looking forward to questions later. So just a few probably statements of the bleeding obvious, I guess, if you don't mind. So first, why should we be bothered by health and well-being at work? Well, one of the reasons in this country is we've got a labour shortage, you all know that. In my area, healthcare, there's a global labour shortage, which is terrifying, considering the amount of healthcare we're going to need in future. We've obviously got an ageing population, you know that too. About 2/3 of us will have a chronic disease by the time we're 68, of pensionable age. Many more people start collecting chronic diseases at the age of 51, particularly if you live in the lowest socioeconomic quintile. We've also got an interesting problem, whether it's acute or chronic, of a rise in economic inactivity. You'll have been reading about that in the press. particularly with the over 50s rather, leaving the workforce. Not sure whether it's health, but health is implicated, even if people are making lifestyle choices. But we've also got an issue with 16 to 24-year-old males, an increasing number of those not in education, employment or anything. Don't know what's happening there either. So those are some background issues. Also health trends. If you look at the future morbidity load of the population over the next 30 years, most of it is actually going to be the result of ageing rather than just the fact that we're getting sicker. However, we are getting sicker in some areas, and I think some of the areas that I particularly would point out would be mental health. And as I said, we start collecting chronic diseases at between the ages of 51 if you're in the lowest socioeconomic, 71, 20 years later if you're in the richest. But there's a lot of those clusters that will be developed. So a lot of us will be having and carrying chronic diseases and having to manage those. So in short, the workers that we will have will be older. They will have collections of long-term conditions, and many of them will have some sort of mental ill health incapacity. So that's the kind of health. So some of these things we can do some things about, and some of the things we can't. So we can't do much about ageing, can we? I mean, in fact, that's a good thing, unless we want to have massive migration, which we've turned our face against, at least in the short term. Some of the risk factors that injure health, mental health, obesity, smoking, air quality, we can do something about those risk factors, and that's where you look to governments to have big preventive strategies across the board affecting the populations, population-based public health. But there's also issues to do with work practices, as Chris points out, and to try to improve well-being at work. Particularly the things that injure your health at work are low autonomy, inflexibility, pay and conditions, job insecurity, as well as the traditional safety and occupational diseases. So there's a lot that employers can be doing, and indeed the government in its wraparound protective shield of workers, which has kind of become weaker over time. We'll talk about that. And maybe unions as well have a role. And then obviously the state have a role on the wider determinants of health that are affecting the population, which are the things you know about: poverty, housing, education, and so on and so forth. So those are some causes that we can have some action on. In terms of the future objectives, what are we then aiming for? Well, of course, we are aiming for productivity, because we need that, don't we, to, as Chris says, and there technology can help us, no doubt, but technology can also help support older workers who are maybe not so healthy, stay in work for longer, which is what we're going to need. We also need to have objectives of flexibility, pay, greater autonomy and well-being at work as described. And the other thing I think we need, looking at the country at the moment, if you look at the health map, the fabric of health has frayed the most in certain parts of the country, in particular the northeast, where people are dying far younger. And in particular, there's a worrying increase in uptick in mortality, which is unique internationally, as far as I can see, in the 25 to 44-year-old age group, men dying before their time. Again, these would be prime workers. So last point for me then, where do we then act in this rather gloomy picture? Well, we can talk about how, but effectively the actors here, there've been numerous reports, haven't there? Health at Work, Carol Black's report, etc., etc. I mean, government clearly has to act on wider preventive strategies to try and improve population health, but also, as I say, on the protective shield for workers in terms of terms and conditions, which has become weaker over time. Employers clearly have a role, as Chris says. The unions have a role too. And that's good. And the other area that I think could have an increasing role, talking about Davos, are investors, because at the moment we've got ESG talking about green capital and acting, and now we need to act far more on health capital as well. So let's put an H into ESG, as they say, and there is some action which I can talk about later if people are interested. So don't forget the investors' role and their influence on industry if industry are not listening. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And last but not least, wrapping up just the panel presentations, Nancy, lovely, over to you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Nancy Hay. I'm the Exec Director at the What Works Centre for Wellbeing, and we're a collaborating centre aiming to understand what organisations in all sectors can do to improve people's lives, improve wellbeing in a sustainable way over a long term. And that's governments, businesses, charities, all 19 sectors of the economy. And what looks like wellbeing in different areas of the economy will be very different depending on the jobs that you do and the people that are employed in those. And we need to get much sharper at understanding what works in those sectors rather than doing the latest thing. And I think the research base really needs to improve, which is why I'm really excited to see that serious amounts of research money are going into this area, because the quality of the evidence base hasn't shifted in a long time and it needs to. Widely shared prosperity is absolutely necessity for a thriving nation. So if we want to have a sustainable future as a nation, you need widely shared prosperity, and jobs are a major part of that. And work beyond just the pay that we get from it, all the other things that have been mentioned. We are seeing an accelerating pace of change, and we saw that change rapidly, particularly with digital, accelerated during the pandemic, but actually lots of other shifts occurred as well. And most of these changes will come from industry and innovation, as has happened before with the creation of the shipping container, with shifts in mining, in shifts in shipyards, and all these other ones that we've seen over the centuries. What we need to do now is try and avoid the intergenerational damage to individuals and communities that happened in the past. And we can. I think it's really, really super exciting. So there's a really big picture in this. We know that both health and work, as well as our relationships, are essential to adult wellbeing. So we know that the top 3 drivers of adult wellbeing at 34 are physical and mental health is the top. Second is our relationships, and our third is a job. And that is big. We also know that we adapt to most things in life. We adapted phenomenally well to the pandemic, albeit we need to watch out for any lasting harms, particularly those around employment and health, actually, which I think potentially are quite long lasting. And these have spillovers to families and to communities. So if you lose your job, we know that is one of the things that reduces your well-being longer term, which has implications for your health, for your ability to perform well in a job, and our civic and personal capacities as well. So it's quite important that we tackle this now. And those intergenerational effects are quite terrifying too. So they can happen to individuals, but also communities and place. It's not agnostic in that, which is why we need to sort of look geographically across the UK and what happens in every region and nation within it. We know that the impact of a job is more than the money, although fair pay is really important, and actually job security, particularly at different times of your life, really, really matters. But other things matter too, and they've been eroding. So autonomy at work has absolutely fallen through the floor in the last 25 years, and we don't know why, and there are 0 interventions that have been tested to look at whether that's the case. We also know that we're happiest at 23 and at 68, and least happy in our 40s. This midlife crisis is absolutely real. We also know that being ill in bed is the most miserable thing we can do, and after that it's being in the presence of your line manager, which is the next thing. But if we look at the age of our line managers, particularly those not at the top of the organisation, they are in that peak misery bit. So it's all very well saying management really matters, but actually what are we doing to support those managers? And actually performance management is hard, it's emotional, and actually being told you're not doing what you need to do is always a difficult thing, which is why it's not a straightforward thing as saying just improve our management. How can we improve management per se? And I think we know that good management practices really help. That's really clear. But there's some things that I think that we can focus on that we've realised a bit more important. So our physical bodies, our musculoskeletal conditions change over our lifetimes. Our mental health at work becomes much more important. But again, that's an area that really we're at the limits, I think, of implementing what we know on mental health. So again, that mental health research needs to come in. But actually that ability to switch jobs, to go to deal with change as we progress over our lifetimes, as industry changes, is something we've really not tackled, and lifelong learning is such a part of that, and actually something that
is a wellbeing incentive in the workplace as well. So really should be a no-brainer. But lastly, we should measure job quality. We've got measures of national job quality that are recommended. We haven't yet done it, and we can't get that data available at a local level. We can also match them to the employer. So we can do this. It's there. We just need to make it happen now. But getting that robust evidence in place is really important. We're at the limits of it, and that's why research like this really matters.
Thank you very much. That's excellent. Well, I suppose actually on that measurement of job quality, I should mention that the Institute for the Future of Work has today launched a Good Work Monitor that is attempting to do just that using available data. So do go and take a look if you're curious. Nancy, I'd love to stick with you for the moment, if you don't mind. You mentioned our adaptation to the pandemic, and what I'd like to know are, from your point of view, what are some of the key factors influencing work and well-being post-pandemic?
This is really interesting. The House of Lords looked at this and then sort of life beyond COVID, and we were trying to sort of think forward 3 to 5 years, and it's quite hard to do that. What we can see, well, so lots of people shifted to working from home, and that commute change really happened, and that was a time use thing, right? Yeah. Suddenly, and as well as money, actually. But suddenly you had extra hours in the day, and during the pandemic, we couldn't use them. But actually, most people, like 60-70% of people, never shifted from their work location and probably can't, right? And so how do you support those people who are in different situations as well? I think we saw, so that digitisation was one, and actually lots of professions and industries that didn't think they could digitise did. And actually, we start to wonder whether services are being delivered face-to-face or in person, because that supports the well-being of the worker or the quality of the service. E-learning is a classic, right? Actually, e-learning works brilliantly well for knowledge mobilisation, knowledge transfer, but doesn't get these other things. So we need to get much smarter about why we need face-to-face and when we need it, including for the worker well-being as well as the service delivered. But we all saw a dip in well-being, but some professions saw more. So care, leisure and service industries, sales and customer service saw big changes, and there were big stresses as well. But actually the biggest drops in life satisfaction were from the professional occupations. And actually that's really interesting. So I don't think any professional group is immune here. And I think that's one of the exciting things where actually it does affect everybody, but in different ways.
I feel like you're telling me I'm at the peak of my misery at every point.
It's always good.
Well, there you go. You can only get better.
But you're in the right profession for not being unhappy.
Hopefully. Okay. Jennifer, if you don't mind, I would like to pick up on what you said about the role of investors.
Yeah.
And there wasn't time to unpack what you thought the role of investors should be within this. And I'd really love to give you some space to do that, if you don't mind. What is the role of investors in improving the relationship between work and well-being?
Thank you. Well, I think the first thing is if you think about the green journey, one of the first things that was done, apart from bang the drum about green capital and how important it was to consider that in investors, is to start with metrics. And this is what we're now trying to do, to develop a series of metrics by which investors can use to report back on, so for example, we have funded a long-term programme, a 3-year programme with another charity for Share Action to develop those metrics with a whole group of investors. We've got investors around the table that carry 2 trillion of investment, to work with them to figure out what would be a lean way of trying to develop some measures for health. And what that means is that if an investor, I mean, we have an endowment, we have investment managers, is that when we have conversations with them, we don't just ask them to report on green, their carbon footprint, for example, but we could in future then start asking them, what are the health impacts of the businesses that you were invested in? And that might influence the way we decide to develop our portfolio, for example. I mean, being the Health Foundation, you would expect. I mean, we don't invest in tobacco, for example. But it's like one step on from that. So that's a lot of work that will have to happen. But that will then have to filter into more widespread use. But that is the place to start. So we've got this thing called LIFE programme, Long-Term Investors for People Health, that we have funded with another charity that Share Action is leading. So expect more on that in future. Hopefully we'll get some traction.
Let's hope. Yes, that sounds really positive. And actually maybe segues rather well into what I wanted to ask you, Chris, I was really hoping for some of the impacts of technological transformation on well-being, because that, I would imagine, is what these investors would need to target in order to improve those metrics of well-being. So what can we expect to be the positive or negative impacts of technological transformation on well-being?
You see, in the old days, which maybe 10 years ago, when we talked about technology, that it was always fear that they will take away our jobs and we'll all be unemployed and all that, which was completely misdirected. In fact, technology, when it comes to technology and jobs, it's one of the most positive things that could happen, because we now have technologies, especially, and I mean digital technologies, which of course applies only to jobs that use the digital technologies, to enable a much better balance between time at work and time at home. Working from home, or even it doesn't necessarily have to be on a specific day a week, every Friday I'm at home, that kind of thing. But when necessary, I can work from home, I can work in the office. You could use technology like robots to do the heavy, boring work, and therefore you focus more on more planning, on the more pleasant tasks. Think of Amazon warehouses. If you had manually workers taking boxes down from all the shelves instead of the robots, how much worse those jobs would be. And that's at work. Now, I mentioned before that commuting to work is awful and gives people a lot of unhappiness. Well, you could use the technology to regulate, traffic in the streets. When trains would run, they don't have to leave every 3 minutes or whatever, but leave at the frequency that you see people waiting at stations. With buses, it helps even more. It's all those, and it's endless, really. If you look at almost every aspect of life that involves work and all that, it can be improved with the new technologies we have at our disposal. In agriculture, I know we don't employ many people in agriculture here, but what they produce is still absolutely essential. Technology has probably had more impact than anywhere else, using drones to tell you what sections need water, what sections of fields need watering, what fruit is ready to pick, rather than send workers out looking manually. It's all these things. You can draw a list that is so long that you might think, where do I start, where do I stop? But there needs to be sort of different groups focused on different things, and then if you put them all together, you will see what vast difference it will make.
Jennifer, did you want to come in on that?
Yes, it's just sorry to have a niche comment about my own area, healthcare, because healthcare is one of the biggest growing industries in the world. As
of course,
know,
health I didn't mention. Yeah.
Quite a lot of issues, and apart from all the enhanced drug discovery and development and all kinds of things as you expect, I think the nature of care will change, being an interesting service industry, in that decision support tools based on AI, for example, could really shift the balance of workers away from clinician to say highly qualified medical people to others who can safely now make decisions on diagnostics with decision support tools. And actually, there's a really interesting book, and I'm sure many of you've read it, by the Suskins. On the future of the professions. And one of the things they predict for medicine, being one of these disgruntled and burned out professional groups, is that it will free up a lot of medical people to work in the unprotocolized space. So the protocolized space, standard stuff can be done by others with decision support, leaving medicine to be much more of a craft, which is probably the best place for it, in a sense, where you haven't seen stuff before and it's unusual. So it may add to the joy of work, as well as help solve some of our worker issues in the healthcare space.
Thank you, that's really useful. Did you want to add anything to that, Nancy?
Yeah. So it can improve literally our time at work. So the time use data shows us that doing our life admin in person is slightly more miserable than doing it digitally. So literally our time is less miserable. And if you look at the drivers of well-being as they apply in the workplace, you've got health and relationships, which we've talked about. But the others are security and the environment that you're in. And actually some of the things that will improve both well-being and work will be in this can we improve how we do what we do space, as well as our purpose and all the other things that come with it.
And are there any natural policy implications or recommendations that come out of that?
So one is you can measure all of those 5 drivers in the workplace, which I think is a government-y type thing to do. But the other thing is actually a lot of these will come, a lot of the changes will come from outside government. So how, in terms of a regulatory environment, in terms of what the government can do, it needs to obviously be ready and follow these other industries who will be innovating. So it needs to be a cross-sector response, which I think is what's really exciting about the sorts of things you're trying to do here.
Yeah. Jennifer, would you say that there are any recommendations, policy, industry or cross-sector recommendations that you would be saying should be top of mind?
For the development of new technologies?
The development of new technologies and for maximising the positive impact on health and well-being while minimising any possible negative impact.
Well, one has to almost, on the healthcare side, there just needs to be a whole lot more thinking about the development of new technology, in particular in service change as opposed to drug development and new discoveries. And a lot of the attention in my world is on the science, not on the service delivery side. So I think that absolutely needs, and the impact on the workforce of role change and managing that, I think, are the big areas. We're on the case, I would say, but it's slow going, and you have to look at the economic situation we're in and whether or not capital investment that will be needed to digitalise the NHS, on which a lot of these technologies will be developed, will be protected in future. So that's another big issue, but it's going to require a lot of thinking. But quite frankly, if we want to sustain a viable social model of a healthcare, not just here but in all countries, we are going to have to rapidly develop our thinking on this. In a way, it's been so sluggish in the past.
And I suspect that applies to many more sectors too. Certainly it applies to education as well as to healthcare. Thank you very much to our panellists. We're not quite done with you, I'm afraid. Now the really tough stuff begins. And I'm going to open up questions to the floor here and to Slido. I think some questions are going to come up here. And I'm going to move between the room and the questions on Slido. I know those of you in the room have been able to put some questions onto here, but if you prefer to put your hand up and do it the old-fashioned way, do feel free to do so. I'm going to go with the first 2 hands that have come up, and then I'll move to Slido. Thank you very much. Would you mind just saying your name, where you're from, and then your question?
Sure. Hi, I'm Bianca Strangini.
There's a microphone coming to you, actually.
Thank you. I'm Bianca Strangini. I work with diversity and inclusion for 15 years now, and I really find very interesting to hear what you were talking about, especially around engagement, as well-being has become a big part of the inclusion conversation and definitely the ASG discussion. I actually have 2 questions. One is more around autonomy of work. You talked a lot about it. I would like you to maybe elaborate a little bit about what is the expectation around autonomy at work? Because, coming from an organization design perspective, companies actually tend to design roles very specifically, and actually lack of clarity about roles also makes people very anxious. So, how do you give autonomy and flexibility and yet do the corporate piece where you need to know what people are actually doing and they need to have that clarity? And the second question I have is, I've mostly worked for American companies. I've recently moved to the UK. I agree that there is a big difference between American and British leadership styles. I do think that the American companies fill in the gap for the American government, who doesn't do a lot of employee protection. What is the gap that UK employers should be filling, since the welfare protection in the UK is quite large? Thank you.
Any thoughts? Would you like to start, Chris? Yes.
Now, what do you mean by autonomy at work is flexibility to choose how you do things within the framework that the company gives you. Obviously, you're not going to employ, even if it's only 100 employees, and tell them all, you know what we're doing here, go and do your own thing. That they need coordination and all that. But you don't do what you mentioned in your question, that you define very, very precisely what the role is going to be, and then as the line manager, you get it and you check against the things that you set the role and you didn't do this right or that wrong. You basically allow people to choose how to do things. For example, when you're in retail and it comes to serving customers, don't tell them how to talk to customers and where to take them first and where to take them second. Just let them use their own initiative and do it. It's down to things like that. And this brings you to the second one on American managers. It's not the welfare actually that I had in mind when I mentioned it, and I don't think it's the kind of welfare provision by American companies vis-a-vis the British ones that makes a difference. It's more the way that the manager is treating the worker, that they treat them as stakeholders and as assets. The human capital of the company is an asset of the company. And in the way that you try and improve your capital stock and make it technologically more advanced, you try and improve your human capital asset through training programs, by giving them more flexibility, by inviting them to talk more informally about what do they see that might be improved in the company, what role can we give you. And the companies that do that are much more successful. I've come across a McKinsey Global Institute study, for example, recently, that they were drawing distinction between what they were calling the very progressive companies when it comes to human capital. That they were the ones that were giving at least 75 hours a year of training to the employees and giving them more autonomy about what times they did the work, how they came in, where there were young families involved, how they dealt with that. And they were much more successful companies in terms of rates of return, as well as overall performance and investments, and the way people looked at them as attractive companies. Now it's very important, although I should stop. But the fact that we now see loads of company rankings done. There was one by the EFT on inclusion, for example. I think it helps actually. I think they should be given more publicity, which they are not. I'm sure you've probably never seen the. How many of you have seen the FT ranking? I thought there might be only one or two, because you are working on it, but this is not something. Yeah, I was surprised when I saw what companies were on top. Actually, it made me feel less annoyed that whenever I try to book a hotel, I cannot avoid Booking.com. But after I read it, I decided maybe it's not a bad thing, because they ranked very, very high.
Wonderful. Jennifer, I think you wanted to come in on that, and then actually I'm going to stick with the topic of autonomy briefly before we go to the comment at the back, and there's a Slido question for Nancy, so if you can hold your thought on that. Jennifer's going to come in on the topic.
Just on the question, what sort of protections are we talking about here? I think anyone interested in this should be reading Sarah O'Connor in the Financial Times. She writes brilliantly, and she sort of goes to the coalface, goes into sort of employer areas, and can see what's happening, and in this country and in other countries, focusing on low-paid workers. You just have to. One example which is obvious is the cloth people working in textiles in Leicester. Still not paid a minimum wage, still but working incredible hours. Everybody knows about it. No one's doing anything about it, despite the fact we have protections. And one of the factors that Sarah talks about is the fact that the sort of what I was talking, the protective shielding, which includes the health and safety sort of apparatus, is just been eroded. So that we might have guidelines, but they're not being protected. And set alongside that, the fact fact that unionisation has halved since the 70s. So there's not even that kind of collective presence either. So it takes Uber drivers to take Uber to, they don't have a union, they don't have a kind of legal protection that would otherwise be policed by the health and safety or whatever it is. So it's to do with not just safety issues, it's also to do with precariousness and how workers are treated. That you really have to do the work that Sarah is to see it and describe it.
Thank you, thanks. Nancy, do you mind answering the question on Slido, which says, an anonymous comment has asked about your note that autonomy's fallen through the floor in the last 25 years. Firstly, could you elaborate on that statement? And secondly, if you wouldn't mind giving some thoughts on how we might reverse the trend.
Yeah, and I like the questions, 2 questions below that.
Yeah, we'll get to all of them.
So why did I say that autonomy is fallen through the floor? So there's a very good survey that looked at the change in discretion that we had at work over 25 years, and the shift in it was like 30% drop, which is a massive shift in a metric like these. We don't normally see that. The tricky bit is that we don't actually know what works on autonomy at work. We do know that autonomy, mastery and relatedness are sort of basic human needs. We need them. We get that, and the sort of the idea of control is something that's everywhere. We are choosing often to get that autonomy in terms of the work that people are shifting towards to do. So they're shifting to self-employment, where you do get more of that, or to freelance work, where you do get more control often, but at the expense of other things. And so we're not necessarily taking informed choices, or not long-term informed choices as well. So often we will choose the job and the money over the things that help keep us well. But I think that would be an area where we need to measure better and research better, because I don't think we know the answer yet, which is not very helpful, I'm sorry.
No, I think knowing what we don't know is actually quite helpful, because it starts to direct our priorities. Would you like to come in on that? And then actually, if I could ask you to think about Roger's question while I take the next question in the room as well. Sorry, yes.
It might be on this. Is it on this issue that you wanted?
If you don't mind, I'll take that in a second. So, Jennifer.
Sorry, it was just a random. I was reading a
tried the mutiny, but it didn't
there
work.
There is a mutiny. It's being suppressed.
Just a random addition to the. I read a survey recently. I think it was commissioned by Public First or carried out by Public First. 3,000 people, 1,000 in America, 1,000 in Germany, 1,000 in the UK, on attitudes to work, particularly of older workers over 50. And we were an outlier again in the most negative attitudes to work in this country. So, kind of what was underneath that to do with experience at work, not just the fact of working. I think is an interesting.
We definitely need more. Is it directly on this topic? Do you mind me asking? Yes.
Autonomy and what Jennifer said.
Go for it. And then I thank you for your patience. Right.
So
And there are other hands are noted. Please go ahead.
So I was really drawn to your comment about work as a craft, and it does tie into autonomy. I worked in technology staffing for 20 years, and I watched from the 1990s through to kind of 2015, 2016, a deterioration in employer approaches to developmental potential. And it seemed to be the case that more and more employers were looking to hire somebody with the full suite of competencies rather than allowing people the opportunity to develop and grow into their roles and expand their capabilities. So it seems, very transactional and very just buy what you need for the time that you need it and then do away with it when you have finished with it. I think that is my observation of the labour market. I know we have things like apprenticeship schemes and so on that are available in the country, but how, from a policy perspective, might we think about how we talk about upskilling in practice? I know we talk about lifelong learning, continuous learning. Linda's written great stuff about the need for us all to keep on learning, but it doesn't operationalise, and I'm really interested in what you might think about that.
Anyone want to take? Do you want to go?
I mean, I'm happy to go. It picks up some of the questions on Slido as well, which is about what reward L&D, OD experts are responding to this. And I think I've observed something similar, actually. We're also really bad at absorbing the learning from individuals into organisations as well. It sticks with the individual and they move, and the organisation doesn't benefit in the same way. So I think there's a couple of things that I wanted to say on this. One is that learning people management are core things in terms of doing business well and getting stuff from your employees. They also improve well-being. So they feel like in the core business of what you're doing, like systems and processes, that you can do that are win-wins. Volunteering, actually skills-based volunteering in professions is another one. So strengthening those professions, which is a real pull for this stuff, is another way to do it. What I'm seeing in the L&D and the HR space is actually it is broader than that. So you're bringing in occupational health and safety are all sort of coming together to understand it. So you now have people who are heads of wellbeing in organisations pulling on all of these different levers, whether it's L&D, whether it's OD, whether it's reward, whether it's health and safety, whether it's occupational health, whether it's the facilities management, and looking at how they can use all of those to build their wellbeing plan. So do they know their people? Do they know their context? Do they know the wellbeing drivers in that context? And do they have a plan that they adapt and monitor to deliver it? That's the thing we have the strongest evidence base for at the moment. And so that's what we're seeing in terms of those trends. And I think there are real win-wins in terms of good work and wellbeing that we're not paying as much attention to because we get really excited by the latest interesting fad.
Thank you. We've got a question at the back, and then we'll move to this. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name's Gavin. I'm from London South Bank University, and I'm an academic and postgraduate researcher. I'm also an associate researcher for a third sector organisation called URSA. And my interest is really around, we can't go into the future of work and not talk about young people. And, you know, we're talking about the future of work, but we're also talking about the future work from a perspective where there's health and challenges and that. And I'm a teacher and engineer. And we've got a strike on the 1st of February for teachers. And that's really an effect. That's going to have an effect on both young people and the future. And it's a sector that is really a litmus test, for, you know, that creates the future of work. And an environment that creates the future of work. So the environment in which teachers are under pressure today and set a precedent for the future. I'm just interested in your views on what the future looks like for young people and the future of education as it's under such great pressure today.
Thank you. And as the microphone moves across down to here, we'll take Roger's question as well. Jennifer, could I ask you to respond to that possibly? You mentioned that a very large proportion of men, particularly aged 16 to 24, were neither in education or in work. What does this mean for the future of our young people?
I mean, I think the factor that I would point to the most that is worrying at the moment is the increase in depression and anxiety amongst teenagers. And it really has grown very significantly since 2011, and nobody is quite sure what the reasons underlying that. It affects men and girls and boys, particularly girls actually. And what we don't know is whether that is just a peak that will just come down as quickly as it went up, or whether it's actually going to be carried into the future, into cohorts. So that's one factor. The other factor is, I'm being a bit booky today, but there's a really interesting book by Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff called The Coddling of the American Mind. And this is a description of basically trends in young people's patterns of behaviour and thought, and how this is, which we're seeing in my workplace as well, and probably in your educational establishment, of attitudes of wanting psychological safety, wanting to have much more support, feeling more fragile, and that is spilling into, firstly, is hitting schools, then it's hitting educational establishments, further education and so on, and then it's hitting HR departments in the world of work. And we're seeing it across some employers. I mean, I'm seeing whiffs of it in my organisation too. So we cannot. We will have to devote a lot more time to understanding this particular cohort, and probably similar cohorts behind them, to adapt to what they are asking for and the support that they are needing. Sorry, that's a sort of high-level answer, but it's that's quite apart from the reasons why they might not be in the world of work and not even claiming benefits, which is what I was referring to earlier, so economic inactivity. But I do think there's a societal a set of context factors which are which are causing this kind of fragility and lack of resilience that we will have to respond to, quite apart from the older age group and the long-term illness.
And that's going to require multi-sectoral responses, of course, not least of which will need to come from the health sector, which is struggling to keep up with the needs that generates. So yes, if we can move to the next question in the room, and then we'll take Roger's question, and we'll come back to more questions in the room. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Brynjolfsson, and from the Stanford Digital Economy Lab. Great discussion, and I want to pick up on a few things that Chris mentioned earlier, that despite having some amazingly powerful technologies, we haven't seen mass unemployment or anything like it. We have seen wage polarization and job quality issues, and as Nancy mentioned, creating widely shared prosperity is a key goal. I'd be interested in your thoughts on, these same technologies could be used to substitute or complement, loosely speaking. They can be used to raise wages, or they can be used to replace and drive down wages. What are some policies, some specific policies that we might put in place to encourage the technologies to be used more to create shared prosperity, more to complement workers, and more to create benefits that are more widespread, as opposed to concentrating wealth and power?
Chris, are you happy to respond to that one?
I'm happy to hear the question. I'm not sure about the answer. I think that's the big question, really, isn't it? So obviously, if I knew the answer, you would probably know that I knew the answer, because you would see it published in some top publication somewhere. But let me speculate. Well, first of all, if you go back to the technology that you said we are not seeing mass unemployment, is true. I think where it helps there actually is something that maybe we missed by talking very clearly between complementarity and substitution. The way it is was what I was mentioning before. Because we have the labor shortage, aging populations and people taking more leisure time off it, hours of work falling and all that, then the two can work together in that it's good to have more substitution to free labor to go and do other more interesting things. So let the robots do all the manual work, and then there is some happy future when there is no manual labor remaining. Like go back a couple of hundred years ago and think of the Green Revolution. We thought everyone was employed. The vast majority of people were employed in agriculture. We thought, if you mechanize agriculture, what's going to happen with them? In fact, it's freed them, and they went and did more productive jobs elsewhere than what they were doing before, and that's how we got growth. Also, what's happened to China in the last 40 years, for example, is a good example. So that's the way I see technology. That is good to go for the substitution, because there is labor shortage, and there are many other jobs that can be done, more creative jobs, more interesting jobs to do. Now, if you do that, though, you still have the problem of distribution, because you get, how do you determine pay in that case? And if there is going to be so much machinery doing jobs like robots, then that goes to the owners of the machinery, the capital owners, and therefore the share of labor is falling. And that's the big question that we really don't know the answer. I can offer you an answer actually that I first heard from Peter Darren, that he was talking to another economist who disliked the word redistribution. He said, it's awful, why should you redistribute? I'm sure you've come across many economists of that kind. And Peter was saying, well, okay, no, it's not redistribution, but I think, but do you agree that a society that is so mechanized and so improved should take care of poverty? That we should eliminate poverty through government programs, the way the Swedes are doing and all that. And of course, most people will say yes. Well, you're not going to fund that with debt. You have to put taxation to fund that. Therefore, you tax high incomes more to fund, which it makes sense. And therefore, you have the redistribution taking place indirectly, in that the capital owners pay for anti-poverty programs that include education, good social care, the sort of Scandinavian way, and therefore you get a redistribution through through the provision of good quality social services. But to achieve that, you need to trust the public sector that is going to supply good quality social services. And when I look at our public sector over the last 10 years, I'm not sure I would trust them to provide it.
Well, I suppose that relationship between chronic underfunding and trust is there, and there's not so much you can do with the resources available. And the other missing piece is potentially political will, the will to tax higher income earners and companies at a higher rate.
Yes, I mean, someone,
go for it.
I mean, someone mentioned about education and nurses striking and all that, and the response of government is that we cannot afford it. I mean, that's not. It's not an answer, is it? What does it mean? You cannot afford it? It means you cannot.
You don't want to.
You don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to tax.
Yeah. Roger is on Slido and has been waiting very patiently. Yes. So I'd like to pick up Roger's question. Roger says, we're at the beginning of a new industrial revolution. Healthcare and medical diagnoses will change dramatically. Which new jobs will be created? Anyone on the panel want to give us some thoughts on new jobs?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was the EU Commission have just put an interesting document out on the impact of one particular technology, AI, on healthcare and what's the impact. And it says that there are sort of 4 areas. So one is clinical practice, with a lot more impact on using AI for diagnostic. So there'll be a lot of diagnosticians, I would say, for starters. Data mining to look at pattern recognition. DeepMind is an example there. Another is biomedical research, drug discovery, and so on. Vaccines, folding proteins, again, DeepMind involved in that too. Public health is another area. Patterns of ill health, spotting clusters, community surveillance and tracing, and that kind of thing. And then the 4th area is to do with the flow of healthcare, to the healthcare administrative, the flow of so there'll be jobs in all of those areas. I think one of the, above all of that, I think is in clinical practice, is the ability to shift quite a lot of care from medical staff to people who do not have such an intensive training, and through decision support, as I said earlier, they'll be able to treat more patients safely. I think that's a massive area, given if you look at the morbidity load that's increasing in future, a lot of that disease will be managed at home and in the community. So people who can help the patient with decision support and using AI-based technologies will be, I think that's a big growth area. But actually, one of the biggest growth areas in terms of the healthcare workforce will be all of us as patients, because we will be doing far more, as everyone has said, through these technologies, not just the ChatGPT that's come out recently, the large language processing models, the generative models, but through these decision supports. Why wouldn't we just look at that first rather than going to? So we'll be doing quite a lot of heavy lifting, I think. And again, that raises questions about EDI and diversity and the inclusion of people who are able to do that. There will need to be support for those individuals, so there'll be a growth area there. So decision support, more people, assistant physicians or not physicians themselves. So adding value, I think, will be the... But in terms of face-to-face care, that will remain and grow.
Well, that's the one that will grow, in fact. The more technical jobs, diagnosing that, if anything, there will be fewer of those jobs created in future, because machinery will be doing most of the work. But face-to-face care, though, will grow and grow. And I think we should. It's about time we treat it as a proper profession where it needs specialized training. It's not easy, where. It's very easy for our mothers to give us good care, but mothers are unique.
Well, I think you just touched on exactly how I was going to respond, and that was to say there are some real gender issues that are behind the fact that it's
they're not around forever.
Or highly, and the idea that it's easy for mothers, I can tell you as a mother, it's not so easy. Okay.
It's easy if you're the recipient of mother's care.
It's easy as a recipient, absolutely. Okay, brilliant. I'm going to take one question in the room, if you don't mind, and then we'll move to Jim's question on geography. Thank you.
Sure. Hi there. I'm Alexia Cambon. I'm a researcher on the future of work for Microsoft. I was very interested in the sort of tone you adopted on productivity early in the conversation when you kicked off. It feels like productivity is rapidly becoming a little bit of a controversial word. I was on the team who last year we rolled out productivity paranoia as a concept, the idea that employees think that they're working harder than ever and leaders think they're not working at all. So I'm very curious about the mindset as relates to productivity. I have a friend who asked me a couple of weeks ago, you know, I'm really nervous when my little dot on Teams is orange because my manager's going to think if it's orange for 2 hours that I'm not doing any work. And that seems to be a fear that is very deeply embedded in many employees. I know if my Teams dot is orange for 2 hours, it's because I'm out on a run. And that is a really important part of my workday. That is where I get my best ideas. That's where my mind resets. And so I'm wondering to what extent we really need to rethink what productivity looks like and what it means, and how we shape mindsets, especially for managers around that. And curious as to any thoughts from you.
How we adjust in a post-presenteeism world. Okay. Any thoughts? Actually, Nancy, shall I throw that one to you first?
Yes, I love that you've gone for a run in the middle of the day. So one of the things that we did
Have you gone for a run at all?
Well, when the days are darker, being able to go for a run in the middle of the day is a much better thing, particularly if you're a woman and don't want to run at night. It's a much safer thing to do. So we allow people to adjust those working patterns because we can, but that doesn't work the same if you're delivering a baby on 24/7 on Christmas Day evening. You can't quite adapt your shift in the same way. So just recognising that some people can't do that. I think digital has allowed managers to control things in a way that they perhaps didn't before, but also there's a lot of perceptions that managees also have of how they're being managed that may or may not be true. And that shift to digital working really showed some of those things up about how we manage on both sides, like the assumptions that are made on both sides of the fence about what are measured and what. I do think we haven't quite understood productivity. I think there's some really exciting stuff happening on how we measure it, how we understand it, how we map it. What that means for, like, if an area of the country has a high GVA, right? What does that distribute in terms of, like, the people? So Ireland does ridiculous things in terms of its numbers, but actually if you look at the distribution within the population, it's not quite the same. So does that benefit transfer? So I think we've got some work to do on productivity. We think if it's harder than perhaps it is, and I say that because wellbeing often gets held up as a fluffy one, and it's very robust in many ways compared to those. But I do think there are a lot of preconceptions around, and I think there's some fantastic research from during the pandemic about how we manage in those digital worlds and flexibly and remotely. And many places have always done it, and we can learn from them.
Actually, Nancy, can I push you a little bit further on the correlation between well-being and productivity? Are these things, do you have to sacrifice well-being to improve productivity, or can they work?
This is always one of the ones that we always have an argument with the Department for Business on. Like, well-being is the opposite, and this idea that, and actually this is very common from that stress is bad and relaxing is good, and well-being is relaxing and work is hard. Doing hard things well with other people is hugely rewarding. Actually, we've got it. And that also includes family and parenting, which is why we've got the incentives all wrong as well. So how do we, and that often shows up in the purpose data, but those purpose professions sort of then don't talk about the sort of pay need, and we overuse the tool of purpose. So I think we can get a lot more subtlety in that. It's quite hard to do it in 2 minutes, really. But there's lots of ideas in terms of whether productivity, you can be, the top two drivers of well-being at work are interesting work and your colleagues, right? But you can have brilliantly interesting work, get on brilliantly with colleagues and do an awful job. So it's not automatically correlated. And actually some of the engagement stuff was quite disturbing as well. So people can be really, really engaged and not performing well. And there were some weird diversity implications of that actually as well. And so I think we really need to understand it a lot better and understand what we mean by productivity, particularly when we've got a service-based economy.
Yeah, thank you. We've got a question in the third row, and then, yes, I'll come to the question in the second row. I note your hand at the back. I just want to see if there's anyone I'm ignoring on the left-hand side of the room. No, that's brilliant. So we've got a few questions in the room, but I'm just going to move between those questions and Slido. So third row, thank you very much. But we're going to ask Jim's question while, if you don't mind just hanging on. Jim has asked, what is the geography of wellbeing and work in the context of levelling up and northern industrial towns? Are there examples of success stories? Chris, could I throw that one to you? Do you know of any success
No, I think they both know a lot more about northern towns than I do.
Okay, I see. It's back to you, Nancy.
I mean, I love this question.
I thought you meant.
For a couple of things. Also, it picks up the young people question as well. So young people's wellbeing now is our future wellbeing as a nation. So wellbeing at 14 is predictive of later wellbeing at 8 years later. And I think that's the concern about mental health and our young people. So projects like the Be Well one in Greater Manchester is super exciting, helping us understand how young secondary school pupils will how we can address that wellbeing issue cross-sector. And I think, so what we can see from job quality, it is partly the northern industrial towns, but it's also sort of coastal ports and pretty much anywhere that are post-industrial areas. But we can see that there's usually an low education penalty to wellbeing, but there are some parts of the country where that's not the case, and that's really interesting question. Some of those are military, and the skills and the sort of social mobility powerhouse that is some of the things that happens in our military. But some of them are really diverse areas, and there's some parts of the country that have a lot of young people. They're going to be the engines of what happens next, and they're hugely diverse as well. So that changes what you're doing in terms of how they're connected and what they need as well. But there are some success stories, and there are places that are really turning around. But some of that is also making sure that those jobs that are creative are for people that live there as well, and they feel like they're So I'm thinking Grimsby was where we were not so long ago, but there are lots of examples across the whole of the north, and we did some of those with What Works local economic growth, if you want to see them.
Great, thank you. So more resources available. If we can take your question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Aida Garcia Lazaro from the University of Bath. So I wanted to link a bit the issue of productivity with the question on complementarity, substitution of jobs. So there is evidence that shows that there is an increase in productivity because of the new technologies, but also there is a negative impact on wages and the labor income share. And so in economics, people tend to link labor productivity with the determination of wages. So but it's been shown that there is a big or an increasing gap over the years, at least in the US and the UK. So we need to rethink how we set wages, to not just think about other alternative distribution policies like the ones you were mentioning, in a way that is a fair payment. And what do we do with this puzzle? Thank you.
Chris, I think that one is yours.
Yes, it's another one of those important questions that I'm not sure I understand the answer. I mean, you're right that it's been decoupling of productivity and wages, and there is a vast literature trying to explain, whether is it due to different deflators that we use for consumer goods than producer goods, or is it because of the basic collapse of unions in both US and UK, and I think the answer is that all of these have contributed. But beyond that, I don't know what to say. Other like that, you're saying we need to rethink how wages are determined. I mean, I agree with you. I've always favored more a kind of bargaining model of wages, even at the completely micro level. But I mean, productivity will always influence wages. But it's true that even if you get now the way labor markets are organized, even if you get a productivity rise, it doesn't necessarily follow that wages will go up in the future. We need. It becomes a political question at the end whether we have enforcement mechanisms for companies to offer higher wages, and currently we don't have them in place.
Jennifer, did you want to come in on that? Yes.
Actually, I just wanted to ask Chris. Are there countries that have different structural factors in the economy where that divergence between high income and low income has not been so great? And I'm thinking particularly about ownership, corporate ownership. I'm just thinking of Germany and the corporate model and things where, maybe there's more of a commitment to longer term staying power, less commitment to shareholders, ability and incentives to invest in the workforce more, for example. Remember Will Hutton's review of ownership a few years ago? I'm just interested to know whether there's a country.
No, what Germany is it's the most successful of the bigger economies in that, but I think the big successes in that are more the Scandinavians, Sweden, Denmark, Norway mainly, not so much Finland. But again, I think it's probably the tax system actually that make them do that. Although there is also a kind of social conscience, if you like, when they're giving bonuses and all that. They're all lower. So now, of course, that the way. Sort of cultural influences, and there is a tendency in economics now to talk more about culture and the impact that it has. But culture changes very, very slowly in any economy, whereas the tax system and the incentives it gives, it could change faster than the provision of services by governments, was what I was mentioning before, to show that although you're paying higher taxes, you're getting something out of it rather than vaguely just throwing it away.
Thank you. I think we've got time. We're almost out of time. I'm going to take one more question from the audience, and then we'll end where we began with another investigation of autonomy, and we will close the session. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Lee. I work for Cindy Health, and I guess I have a kind of two-part question. So we've built a product that analyses employee mental health using the same questions that you get asked if you went to your GP. And then we use AI and machine learning to make personalised recommendations to the best digital mental health services for each employee. So my kind of two questions are, firstly, are employers really looking to support their employees right now? From our side at the moment, many employers seem to be giving access to like Calm or Headspace as a plaster. And then secondly, what do you think is the best way to help decision makers within these companies understand mental health or the mental health problem that exists and take action to support employees and really see the return on investment that exists in correlation to this too, that we see on our side?
Great.
Thank you.
Nancy, could we start with you on that and then get your comment, Jennifer?
Yeah, and actually it picks up with one of the comments here about the boards as well. As well. So I think there's a huge enthusiasm from employers, from boards, from employees to do something around mental health at work, which is fantastic and brilliant. Big change. I think we know far less about what we can do that works, and I think some of the things that are viewed as plasters or nice to haves are actually really effective. They're just used in different ways. Headspace is a really interesting one. We've tested it against something that was tailored, and it was more effective because it was easier to use. So I think the idea that some things are plasters, or it's just about the individual, or it's just about the organisation, it's always yes and. There's not a silver bullet. I think there's a very good question about the role of what the role of CEO and boards are, and we've been looking at what that looks like, actually particularly in the NHS with the Wellbeing Guardians, thinking because they've introduced those, what does a board role look like and what's their job versus a head of wellbeing in an organisation or an individual manager. So getting much more robust on that. I think managers really and leaders want to do something. They don't necessarily know what works or what's right for their workforce, and I think it's why it needs to be part of a plan. I do also think, though, that also raised another question on here, which is about small businesses, freelancers, etc. And I think lots of people in the UK economy are not in big organisations which don't support, and we're seeing a split also between key workers and these higher paid jobs as well. Where you can negotiate high pay and all these benefits, but not necessarily the same in these these other roles that we once saw as core. I think in terms of small businesses, and I think there's some really, and freelancers, and actually more broadly the sector's economy, we're seeing sector charities step up, we're seeing professions step up, and that's a really good way to address it. So working with industry bodies is a really clever one. But also the things that local areas are doing. So West Midlands have their mental health productivity pilot, which is really robustly testing something and rolling it out with small businesses in the region. So I think there are some really exciting ways that can do it. I think there's lots of things that work. Getting the right things for your workforce is what matters.
Thank you. Jennifer, if I can ask you for a very brief
Very brief. Yes, good, excellent, positive, very good. I mean, I think the one thing I would say is that there's one sort of way of conceptualising the mental health of your workforce is that, you know, these are conditions that you need to support the individual to overcome and develop resilience. But there's another conversation with that employers must have is whether the nature of the work that they are offering and the management practices in that organisation are contributing a wider context of anxiety and stress that is then tipping people over into mental health. And that is a much more resistance to that, I would imagine, than developing well-being sites or yoga rooms or whatever it is, algorithms. So I think that's the proviso, I think, which is the next step on.
Right, that's a call to arms for the future. If you could all join me in thanking our excellent panellists. Do feel free to continue any of these discussions during the break with the panellists or amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you too, Julie.
Yeah.
Really rich discussion covering from the geography of work and well-being to organisational management with some advice for line managers in their 40s thrown in. It also perfectly sets up the next session on investment, inequality and innovation. But before we have that, there's a very short break of 15 minutes. If you could go downstairs to the Maxwell Hall for coffee.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much. Thank you.
It's a difficult question.
Yeah,
unattended capabilities. Recently it's been chat GTP, but much less about the distributional impacts, who's benefiting and who's at risk or who's actually experiencing the adverse impacts, whether it's place or demographic group or something else. And we hear almost nothing about different approaches to designing, developing and deploying technology in ways that could shift these patterns. And so with that in mind, I'm delighted to hand over to Linda Gratton for the next session.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I just wanted to say, first of all, what a great idea that we're all here to talk about the future of work, and particularly the future of work in the UK. And that's why it's particularly great to have Eric here, by the way. He'll give us a non-UK issue. But just the sessions we've already had, one thing that comes across is these issues, just standing on their own, are really complex. They're complex in terms of who the individual is, the sort of work they do. But actually, it seems to me that becomes even more hard to sort of dissect when you look at the level of a country, because countries, of course, have their own governance structures in terms of tax and so on, but they also have their own set of corporations and what those corporations do, how they stand up in the world, and the proportion of the population who is working in small and medium-sized enterprises, and we know that also affects that. So the question that Anna's posed is really a question of the distribution of the benefits of technology. My name is Linda Gratton. I'm the Professor of Management Practice at the London Business School. I run an elective on the future of work there. And my role today is to introduce the group and then to moderate. I thought the questions were absolutely fantastic earlier, so let's carry on making this an opportunity for us all to discuss some of the really challenging points that we face. Let me just introduce, let me just say something a bit more about the topic, and then I'll introduce John, Eric and Anna. As we've heard, there is an uneven distribution of technology across the UK. In fact, John and I both come from the north. So he comes from Carlisle and I come from Cockermouth. So you can't really get further north than that, unless you got into Scotland, of course. So we can certainly talk for the north here. And so, you know, people obviously are really aware of that. There are geographical areas, we come from them ourselves, which are less integrated. And there seems also to be less trickle down in terms of the benefits and opportunities of technology than there was in the last Industrial Revolution. Now, even though I feel as if I'm very old indeed, I wasn't around in the last Industrial Revolution, so I can't comment on whether there was more trickle down. I have this in my briefing notes. I'm not entirely sure about that, but anyway, I'm told in my briefing notes that there is less trickle down than in the past Industrial Revolution. That might be worth, from a historical perspective, making a comment on that as well. So the panel is really about two things. One is what is happening here, and is there something particular about the UK that we need to understand? And then the second part of the panel is really about, are there any ways that we can ensure that innovation, technological adaptation, that we've be it either substitute or complementary technology, benefits everybody across the UK rather than those in particular geographies. Now, to help us to think about those really important topics, we have Eric Brynjolfsson, who is from Stanford. Many of you know his work. He's been very crucial in terms of thinking about technology and also the geography of technologies and the sort of impact of clusters on that. And of course will give us a view which is a US view as well as a UK view. We have Anna Leach, who's the chief economist of the CBI, and we have John van Reenen, who's at the London School of Economics. So we are incredibly well, we have some just astonishing people here to join us. And what we're going to do is I'm going to ask each person really to make a positioning comment about that. And then we've got questions which were really about how do we understand this more deeply and what might we then do about it. Eric, I'm going to turn to you first because I know you've got a presentation.
A little bit.
We love them. We love it.
Yeah, so thanks so much for having me here. This is an amazing group, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion and all of your questions. About 20 years ago, Tom Friedman wrote a book called The World is Flat. I was just Googling it. It said it's the most widely used metaphor about globalization. It may be widely used, but it's not a very good description of what's going on, especially when it comes to advanced technologies. The world is really very spiky and very concentrated, and it may be becoming more so. And a few years ago, we didn't have the great data on that. Tom Mitchell and I wrote a report, and one of the headlines was we were flying blind. But since then, we've collected a lot of data. We've teamed up with the U.S. Census in particular and done a set of surveys on robots, on management practices, on AI and other advanced technologies. So I'm just going to show you very briefly. This is U.S. data, I'm afraid, but maybe there's some patterns that go beyond that. So. Yeah, we see it there. So the first thing is if you just look at core-based statistical areas, roughly commuting zones, almost all the action is in a very small subset, the decile. I didn't even bother showing 1 through 5 separately because there's really no action there. There's not much action in the first 9 deciles. And this is for robot adoption. It's a sample of about 50,000 manufacturing firms in the United States. And even when you control for industry, when you control for size, when you control for all the observables, you still get these enormous levels of concentration. This is hot off the press. This is a paper that we just presented at the American Economic Association a couple of weeks ago. In a separate survey, we looked at about 800,000 firms through the annual business survey that the U.S. government, the U.S. Census also does. And again, you see enormous concentration. I'll show you it in a slightly different way. Pay more attention to the color of the dots rather than the size of the dots. The color is the level of concentration. And again, you can see places like the yellow dot there just south of San Francisco in California is San Jose. That's the one with the greatest concentration, but a lot of those coastal places have it also around Washington, D.C., Research Triangle in North Carolina. It's very, very skewed. And again, when you control for a lot of the observables, you still get this tremendous skewness. A third set of data that we've been working on for quite a while has looked at the intangibles. And here, one of the reasons for this level of concentration is that it's not enough to simply buy robots or buy AI or buy computers, that there are a whole set of complementary assets. And that's what this chart is supposed to show, that quite literally about 9/10 of the investment is in organizational processes, organizational capital, and human capital. And the hardware and software is just the tip of the iceberg. You can break that into price and quantity using some techniques that Bob Hall developed. And so the far right of these panels here is the quantity growing at an all-time high of intangible complements to IT hardware. It moved around, it dropped a little bit in the Great Recession, but it's now gotten to an all-time high. But again, here, it's almost all concentrated in just a small subset of firms. If we break it out into deciles, you see the top 10% of firms is where all the action is, maybe a little bit in the next 10%, but the remaining ones have essentially been flat. There's been almost like no investment in the majority of the economy in these digital complements. Finally, Chris and others mentioned productivity. This plays directly into how we measure productivity and what's going on with productivity. There are trillions of dollars of intangible assets that are not being measured in the national accounts. These business processes don't count as a capital asset. But if you invest in them and you create them, you are, in a sense, increasing output of the economy. Conversely, when you're using them, you're using inputs that aren't otherwise recorded. If you are investing and using the exact same amount, it kind of cancels out, but it has not been equal. For most of this period, we have been investing in creating more digital capital than we've been using, and that leads to what Chad Severson, Dan Rock, and I call the productivity J-curve. And when we calibrate this, what we find is that during this investment period, there's been a lot of unmeasured addition to our output, intangible capital output in particular, and our prediction is that in the 2020s and going forward, we'll begin harvesting more of that intangible capital. And that should lead to the other part of the J-curve, the upward part of the blue line there, where we start increasing productivity above what it otherwise would have been. So let me stop there. I know there are a lot of questions and comments, but that lays a little bit of foundation for some of what we've seen in the data so far.
Thank you so much, Eric. I mean, that's really fascinating. Can I just pull out 3 points, which I think is going to help us think about the UK situation. The first is geographies. and just to think about what our country looks like compared to the US, for example. The second is firms, and you're really one of the first people who's talked about firms, and there's a whole argument that quite a lot of this happens at the level of the firm, not at the level of geographies. And I wondered if we'd have a chance sometime this morning to talk a little bit more about that, because presumably the cluster data shows that it's firms that are clustered in. When you look at cluster...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We look at both the firm level...
Data, it's firm level data, isn't it?
Well, it's both firm level and establishment level, and you see a very similar pattern.
Yeah, and I think the third point that... I'm going to take questions later. The third point that Eric's brought up is this question of... And we've said this in the UK quite a lot, because we're so low in productivity because we don't measure productivity properly, Chris. You're very familiar with that. And somehow, because we're a service economy, lots of professional service firm, blah, 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 we've got a lot of intangible assets. Now, if what Eric is saying is that there's a J-curve and that we'll be able to harvest intangible assets at some stage, that's a rather interesting thought. Anna, I'm going to turn to you next and just sort of ask you to really put your point of view around the issues that we're facing today, and before we hear from John. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. So the CBI has looked at sort of the role of place in, I guess, what is basically economic firm performance through quite a number of lenses over the past few years. Sort of our biggest initial play, I think, was our regional growth work that we did back in 2017. So that was looking specifically at the role of place in overall productivity. And then that was followed by an ostrich to magpie report, which specifically looked at tech within that. And then following that, last year, we did a big piece of work called Seize the Moment, which was we did with the McKinsey Institute. And that was behind a lot of our campaign work last year. And this year we're focusing on the green economy. And it's been clear through all these different focuses our analytical work on economic growth has taken that technology is one of the most powerful drivers of productivity. Tech sector's growing twice as fast as the wider economy. It's good to hear Chris cite some CBI big numbers. We do like big numbers at CBI. We know that AI adopters have higher profit margins, high spenders on R&D grow faster. Automation of tasks alone could lift productivity across sectors by 1.5%. AI diffusion could add nearly 40 billion to GVA by 2030. SME tech adoption could add around 45 billion to UK GVA by 2030. So as I say, we do like some big numbers. And as we've heard in the first session, there's this big link between the scope to which tech can link with job satisfaction. Businesses can use technology to make themselves more attractive to talent. Research by Deloitte shows that technology has the scope to support stronger employee engagement, collaboration and communication, and leveraging the data and technology which has enabled the likes of Netflix to enhance the customer experience. There I'm thinking of, like, you know, when Netflix pushes at you the sort of programs you'd like to watch based on what you've seen before. There's an opportunity for employers to use similar technology with their own employees. And so there's a clear return from a variety of perspectives, from tech adoption, tech investment, and yet so many firms in so many localities do not take advantages of the opportunities. And we did, at the beginning of the pandemic, again, like showing the CBI can also be innovative when we choose to be, we launched an economics consultancy like right at the beginning of the pandemic. And so that created some new opportunities for us to partner with different types of organisations in doing other deep dive work. So we actually did a couple of pieces of work with the Centre for Economic Performance, looking in particular at how firms innovated in response to the pandemic. And that was very positive, showing, you know, a crisis can be quite a significant push for firms to innovate. So that found that 75% of firms adopted digital technologies, a little over half new digital capabilities, and nearly 70% new management practices, John, so that's positive. and also found, that the more productive firms were more likely to innovate, and once you've innovated once, you will innovate again. So those who innovate. We did another piece of work with Vitality, the private healthcare provider, that found that health and mental wellbeing apps were one of the biggest areas that companies invested in when they were enhancing the role of health in their employee value proposition post-pandemic. It's not obviously the only thing they've done, but it was the top thing that they'd adopted, and something that companies have been telling us a lot in terms of the way they've used tech to support, or rather they've used pandemic-based learnings and technology to enhance their access to labour in what is, as we know, a very tight labour market, is to, again, in the employee value proposition, use tech to enhance the ability to use remote working, increase labour pools, has been very significantly adopted by companies. But then what are the barriers to tech adoption? So in the work we did with the Centre for Economic Performance, unsurprisingly, given the context, macroeconomic uncertainty was a very big barrier to tech adoption. Obviously, that would be an economy-wide rather than a location-specific barrier, and financing constraints as well, and particularly for smaller firms, financing constraints and the value of grants and tax breaks were found to be particularly useful, but also information was found to be a particular constraint. We're familiar with how many types of government initiative there are out there, and it is very difficult for a smaller company with limited bandwidth to navigate the plethora of nationally and locally available supports that are available. And then IT infrastructure constraints were also identified as a barrier. And again, in the context of a tight labour market, skills, another barrier to tech adoption. And returning to the sort of role of place again, coming back to some of our sort of regionally focused work. In that piece we found that there were sort of two areas where the role of place could inhibit productivity and tech adoption within that. One of those is sort of local infrastructure. So that's the quality of local education and skills provision. And the other one was around local transport networks. So here we found in particular that the efficiency of a local transport networks and its interaction with the availability of labour locally actually had quite a significant effect on productivity. And then the other element, firm quality. Here, management practices, and John's will no doubt talk about the role of management in firm quality, but also the exposure of firms to competition, particularly international competition, has an impact on tech adoption. Though companies that export innovate, companies that innovate export, so that virtuous circle again. So how to raise sort of firm quality at local level. So the key finding we had from our work was that you need to raise performance at company level across all sectors. And one way to achieve this is through the promotion of clusters. So there's obviously actions for government from these various learnings that we took away. In terms of local infrastructure, obviously, ensuring the enhancement of local transport and education and skills infrastructure, and particularly on local transport, trying to shift away a bit from the focus on getting to London quickly, which has always been a bit of an easy gravitational pull for government, and focus more on the interconnectivity of local regions, and that skills infrastructure. As well, one of the CBI's bugbears is always the apprenticeship levy, for example. Well-intentioned, it has definitely made companies look at apprenticeships, offer them more strongly, but it is quite confining if you want to offer different types of skills provision.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a couple of real standout comments from my perspective. One is, you mentioned the green economy, and again, we haven't spoken about that today, but remember that in the UK, more of our energy comes from renewables than almost any country in the world. I mean, right now, I haven't got the data today, this morning, but we do have daily indicators. About 80, if the wind is blowing, about 80% of our energy comes through renewable. And there is a whole push to actually build renewables so those green jobs, not just the medical jobs, the green jobs. The second point was about what happened during the pandemic, the huge push to digitalization that was an impact, happened all across the world. The third was really about the barriers and some of the really important barriers that you've talked about. And the fourth was about raising company performance, promotion of clusters. And you mentioned apprenticeships, and I just mentioned that because Eric and I just came back from Davos this weekend, and apprenticeships are things that are being talked about in a very serious way in terms of how you might create more equality. So, John, this is a great opportunity, I think, now for you to complete the circle in terms of why technology isn't adopted in the UK. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to speak here. I'm not sure I can completely complete the circle, but I'll make three just very brief points. One about the national picture, the second one about the benefits of to the local areas of the national picture, and then something about the local stuff itself. I want to start off by saying that although we're going to talk about local areas and stimulating local growth, I think we shouldn't lose sight of the big picture in the UK, which is that we have a very serious productivity problem, and that productivity problem has got a lot worse since the global financial crisis. So since then, our productivity, our ability to produce output from the inputs we use, like the labour inputs, has been absolutely pitiful. It's hardly grown at all. And although the world as a whole has also had a productivity slowdown, it's been much worse in the UK than it has in other countries. And that's very important. And it's very important because in the long run, the only way to raise people's living standards is through having sustained productivity growth. It's a kind of necessary condition. It's not a sufficient condition because you also need sets of other policies and institutions to help that productivity growth, that size of the pie, being distributed fairly across different groups within society. So you need to have lots of other things. You need to have strength for labour in order to have that sharing taking place. I mean, the Industrial Revolution you mentioned is a good example of that. So if you think about the initial period of the Industrial Revolution we started in this country, there wasn't sustained wage growth, and this comes out in the work of Bob Allen, a historian from the University of Oxford, until the kind of 1830s, 1840s, when there was actually a lot of other kind of changes, wider enfranchisement of the vote, institutions which gave more power to trade unions and so on. So what we need in this country really is more sustained productivity growth. One of the issues, and this is where the UK actually is somewhat different from the US, is that if you look at average wage growth, that tends to follow productivity growth over the long run. In the US, the share of the pie, the labour share of GDP, has actually fallen quite significantly. So that is another way of saying that is that wage growth has fallen, has been decoupled to some extent from productivity growth in the US. That's much less true in the UK. Over the last 4 decades, labour productivity, GDP per hour worked, has increased by about 90%. Employee compensation per hour has increased by almost exactly the same amount. So on average, those have gone together. The problem is, why don't people feel that? There's 2 reasons. One is if you look at the kind of median wage, that's fallen a lot behind the kind of mean wage. And the reason for that is inequality has increased dramatically over the last 40 years. So the kind of the typical worker doesn't feel that as much because of that increase of inequality. And secondly, the slowdown of productivity that we've witnessed over the last 15 years has meant that people have just suffered for that with lower growth of average wages, and that's also been gone down the rest of the wage distribution. So really, we have to think about how we can, get that back. Now, how do we get that back? Well, the things that the other panelists have talked about are absolutely critical. So innovation, new ideas, diffusion, how those ideas spread around the economy. Those things, in the wide sense, both management practices and also hard skills, are absolutely critical. So we have to think about ways in which we can return to that and policies which can help foster that if we want to raise people's living standards in the way that we've come to expect. Second point, if we can do those type of policies, and I believe there's ways that we can discuss that we can do. Chris and I were on the LSE Growth Commission almost 10 years ago now, and we came up with various ways of thinking. The fundamental problem is the lack of investment across a wider range of areas: human capital, apprentices, physical capital in terms of investment and infrastructure, and knowledge capital in terms of innovation. Those are the three areas where Britain has actually underinvested in relative to other countries, and what we need to do is if we can do that, we can actually create a lot of growth. And in some sense, that growth can be spread around the country. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need a biotech cluster in every region in the UK. We shouldn't even think of that. We should think about how each area in the UK can best use its strengths, its latent capabilities, its comparative advantages, and what different changes can be made to help those flourish, without trying to believe we can spread the jam evenly across everywhere. So having said that, this is my final point, saying don't lose track of the national picture. I'm totally on board with the fact that we have to think about how we can raise developments in different areas locally, and that's because not all of the benefits that are produced locally will go locally. A lot of them will become dashly, and they can be redistributed through public expenditure and other kinds of policies. But some of those are captured locally, and part of that is because cities are engines of growth, because in dense clusters of cities you create more ideas, more knowledge fundamentally, and that gets shared with the people living there, even though the cost might be high, as we know from London. And secondly, the firm dimension is really important. So firms share some of their prosperity with their workers. There's some rent sharing which goes on. So those are there, and those are reasons why we want to think about ways in which we can build success at the local level. One thing I would, and I'll end with this, is that we should think about is that goes beyond just the kind of standard kind of economic reforms. We have to think about political reforms. Mm-hmm. And my view is that having local communities, local areas, having more skin in the game by decentralising power and decision making more to the local areas will help unlock some of the difficult decisions that local politicians have to make in terms of spending their own political capital. So, to reduce NIMBYism, have more benefits shared locally. That requires, some tough political choices which people are often reluctant to make, but I think we need that. We also need to kind of help, when we do that decentralisation, do that in a way where, you can't decentralise to every street. You have to have what what Jim O'Neill and I call city regions in our report we did a few years ago, where we can decentralise that power to areas which have the capacity to do that, like Greater Manchester, you can think of that, some parts of the northwest potentially. So you have to think about both the local capabilities as well as the decision-making power in order to get that investment for long run in skills and infrastructure and innovation that we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. And just to summarise, significant fall in productivity in the UK, growing inequality, innovation has got to be, we need more innovation, more investment. Cities are an engine of growth. And in terms of your perspective on what might we do next, economic and political reforms, particularly around decentralisation of power. I'm actually going to go straight into ask the panel now, if you were with we were just speaking earlier that the last US economist that came over to the UK to advise the UK government was all about clusters, wasn't it? That was all about how would you. So what would your advice be if you had a CEO, a Labour minister, maybe a union minister? But before we do that, I just want to make an observation, and it sort of came out a little bit earlier when one of the last panelists said, well, actually, Chris, it was you who said productivity is higher in the US, and I think there was some surprise about that. You know, why would that be the case? It's just a terrible labour market, and so on and so forth. And I always get the feeling, and I don't know how others feel, that the UK is sort of slightly caught between the US model, where you have a very flexible labour market. People are fired, they're brought in, they move a great deal, they move physically, and at the same time you have amazing star companies that make a massive difference really to the US economy, versus the Scandinavian approach, where you have high taxation, a lot of government intervention, and a real focus on equality. I feel we get sort of stuck in between that because we don't really have one and we don't have the other either. So the UK issue, I think, is a very specific to the UK. It's a very specific set of questions that we're asking. So the question we're asking at this conference isn't about the world, it's about the United Kingdom. And so that, with that in mind, that's the question. If you were to give one or two pieces of advice, I mean, John, you've already talked about the importance of decentralisation of power. I'm sure you've got another piece of advice to give, but I'm just going to go right through, and then I'm going to open it up. So Eric, if you were sitting next to Rishi Sunak, as you might well be tomorrow, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but you could be speaking to him. What would your advice be? And then if you sat next to the CEO of a large UK company, I'm trying to think about which one that would be, but let's talk about Unilever, for example. What would you say to Rishi, and then what would you say to the CEO of Unilever?
Well, I would first echo what Anna and what we just heard from John and Anna about the importance of productivity and innovation. Paul Krugman once said productivity isn't everything, but in the long run it's almost everything. And a lot of it's being driven by innovation in these new technologies. Yeah. And it does seem to be particularly some of the superstar firms. But the way to get that is to invest in the complements, the things that make it. And so in our data, what we found was that an educated workforce was a huge complement. The companies that invested in these technologies that I just described were far more likely to have people in the region, and certainly for the founders that had advanced degrees and were highly educated. You can talk about the correlation and the causality there. There's also a noticeable cultural difference in terms of them wanting to have that kind of impact on the world. One thing I noticed when I came from the Boston area to California, they're both very innovative areas, but it's clear that the Silicon Valley region has had a lot more of these incredible successes. There was a noticeable difference in the culture of wanting to start things up. And as far as I can tell, people were very sincere about really doing it because they wanted to make an impact on the world. Yeah. And making money was a nice thing as well, but that they tell me about their passion for making a difference in the world, and I think it attracts people who have that attitude of wanting to. And we saw that in our data as well. We asked about a dozen questions about why were you starting your company, and there were people who said that they wanted to change the world, help the community, make that kind of difference, and they were far more likely to invest in these technologies. Those are things that the cultural thing is something economists are a little uncomfortable with that. Like there's not like a tax rate you can do to tweak that or anything, but it does seem to be part of the story as well. So I know there's other comments here, but let me leave it at those two.
Interestingly, on both of those measures, the UK does pretty well. We have some of the best universities in the world. If you look at the top universities in the world, 3 of them are in the UK. And actually, in terms of the Kaufman data on ranking of entrepreneurship, we're certainly not at the bottom.
I think the UK does better than a lot of European countries, and there's a few places.
This is positive.
It is good. Let me just say one more point on that. I mean, I was just in Munich just before that, and they
cluster.
They're trying, but one little cultural thing I noticed. I was talking to a venture capitalist, and they said they don't have a word for venture capital. They call it Risiko capital. Yeah. And they said that translates to risk capital. And I have to wonder, like, would you rather invest in creating a venture or creating a risk? Yeah. And maybe that has something to do with the hesitation.
Yeah, so we've got actually a lot going for us. But Anna, we still have this huge problem. What would you want from either the Prime Minister or a CEO, or both?
So thinking about what Eric's just said, I think for me it really connects in with the sort of local infrastructure point. Yeah. It's like you've got the people, like let's say they're dispersed across the UK or concentrated in some of our great universities. How do you bring those people together so that there is that concentration, that cluster? And I think And there are various things to do to enable those concentrations to actually occur. So there's the fostering of those relationships between the collaborative relationships between universities and local entrepreneurship type businesses. And I say there's the means, there's the digital and physical means for people to get together. So it's about digital infrastructure, it's about physical infrastructure. If it's easy to get to bring these ideas together digitally or physically, then that will help foster the clustering of ideas, technology, which can sort of build upon itself. So that would be what I would
Great, thank
focus
you.
on.
So that's really an argument to build stronger clusters. We have 2 clusters, as you're probably aware, in the UK in terms of the data on clusters. One, of course, is here in London. It's primarily a finance cluster. And we have a growing cluster, which we still haven't, I don't think it's on the world map, it's still called a cluster yet, but it's the biotech cluster, which is sort of in Oxford, sort of in Cambridge, and sort of in London. And that's one that we're very excited about. But John, you and I come from the northwest, and there's no clusters there. So the argument about concentration...
Hadrian's Wall, I guess. Is
that was that's the cluster, yeah. So the argument about clusters is a very strong argument, but it doesn't really address the question of trickle down, because at the moment the clusters that we have aren't trickling into the local populations. John, what would you've already said decentralised power. Anything else you'd like to add to that?
So I'm not completely convinced that the number one problem is the lack of clusters in the area. It's an issue, but is it the main issue? I mean, if the way I think about trying to get local areas, doing better than they are is often the same way I think about national problems. I mean, one of the things you've got to think about is, what do you have? What are your natural comparative advantages in the place you're in? And it's different in different places. Some people, some areas have very strong universities and life sciences. Others have a more financial, even in Scotland and Edinburgh. Yeah. So think about, what you have and where the growth areas, and think about not just about putting more subsidies in, but what other things you might want to relax or take away. Think about, you talked about Oxford and Cambridge. One of the big restrictions is, planning restrictions, the ability to expand local labs. It takes a long time to do that. How did we get the COVID vaccine? One of the things we did was, take away some of the red tape to actually expand our lab capacity and build more buildings. So I think there's lots of different things that you need, and often those things must be thought about locally, not just about nationally. I think if you were to say what's the big problem, what are the big problems which makes Britain different from other countries? I mean, the US has several huge advantages: massive internal market, very strong R&D base. One of the things that a relatively smaller country like the UK has to think about doing is having integration, and fewer barriers with other markets around the world. So obviously, with Brexit, that's created more barriers. Those are the things we need to reduce. The second big long-standing thing, I think, is skills. I mean, you mentioned apprenticeships. We do very well at the elite end in terms of education. Like many of the people here, the Oxfords and Cambridges, the LSEs, etc. We do extraordinarily poorly, like the US, in fact, for people who don't go to university. And I think that one of the things we have to fundamentally change is how we give a much, not just get more people into university, but give a much better offer to the people who don't go to university. So the whole set of issues around, you said apprenticeships, but it goes much wider than that. Improving people's skills when they're in firms, giving them an opportunity for lifelong learning. Those are the kinds of things I think we really need to think, improving the quality of schools. Those are all the things I think which need to be tackled, both to directly improve productivity, but also to help the spread of better technologies. I mean, one of the things, Eric mentioned this, in terms of adoption of new technologies, is having people who are skilled. It's not just the most skilled people, the MBAs that Eric and I were both at MIT. It's not getting an MBA from the Sloan School. It's actually having workers who are well skilled or knowledgeable, who feel incentivized to give contributions. That's the management practice point. I think that is the thing which Britain's particularly.
And certainly our current Prime Minister, I'll use the word, is very focused on skills. And also he said that all children up to the age of 16 should do maths.
18.
18. Wow, yeah.
My
Eric,
daughter's terrified about that.
I must say, I find that completely terrifying.
Well,
Eric.
as a professor, I'm all for more investment in education, but I also, over the past few years, I've noticed that there are these two lenses for looking at that are somewhat at odds. And just to highlight, as an economist, I can see that putting more investment in these clusters, both capital investment, having smart people come to London or Silicon Valley, they're likely to be more productive there, sort of the O-ring theory of complementarities, than they are just about anywhere else. But the other side, back when John and I were at MIT, we would sometimes talk to John Gruber and Simon Johnson. They have a book that came out recently called Jumpstarting America, which pushes another idea, which is, at least in the United States, spreading out and developing new clusters in different places and not putting more into Silicon Valley, Boston, et cetera. And part of it is a political economy argument. I mean, especially in America, I think it's happening in the UK too, but in America, there's a lot of polarization and resentment against the elites, which often means educated. I was just reading about a PhD student who was very surprised that people consider her part of the elites. She said she didn't feel like part of the elites, but it's often a cultural thing rather than an economic thing. And that leads to a desire not to make the kinds of investments that lead to productivity, growth, and a resentment towards resources going to those places. So there is an argument for trying to have it more widely spread. It may not be the place where the marginal dollar or the marginal PhD has the biggest marginal product, but it may be beneficial in terms of keeping the country from becoming more and more segregated and polarized. And I'm not a politician or a political scientist, but I do find that argument is something we need to pay more and more attention to.
Yeah. These are very complex issues that we're debating in this panel, and so it's great to open up now to conversation. We've still got half an hour for great. So I'm going to there's some Slidos here which I can see, and then so let's just take a look at the couple of the Slidos first, and then I'm going to come back. So I'm just looking at them. Investment share of GDP. Gosh, I mean, the anonymous one, I don't quite understand this one. Perhaps you guys do. Recently, China's investment share of GDP was around 40%, while Britain's was 17%. Investment share of GDP. Doesn't this answer the productivity puzzle? Did someone ask that in the room? No, it must be online. What does that sounds interesting, but I can't quite understand it. Does anyone get that question about?
Well, I think it gets to Chris's point that there's Chris, hasn't been as much. You want to weigh in?
Yeah, Chris, why don't you answer that?
About the
You've got a
investment
Nobel laureate economist in the room. Why not?
I think what he means that the Chinese don't consume; they spend.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes.
Because a lot of that investment is completely unproductive, going into state enterprises.
Yes.
There's some kind of an optimal level. Maybe they're a little passive.
Yeah. When you remove that, then you're left still with more investment, but they're completely different stage of economic development. That's why in China you have to build capital from scratch. Here you need to replace capital, so it's expected to be like that. But
so the right comparison is not really with China. It's say with Germany or some in how they use it, and I do agree that that we don't have enough investment, especially high tech investment here, and it's probably the main reason. Not probably, I'm almost certain actually, it's the main reason for the failure of productivity to grow up. Actually, John mentioned that it's since the financial crisis. Well, what the critical event there was George Osborne's debt reduction policies. That he decided 75% or 80% of national debt was too much, and the way to reduce it was to cut public investment, and it hasn't recovered since then.
Yeah.
In fact, the first time the press ever got any notice of what I said, which coincided with the week of the awards in 2010 of the awards of the Nobel Prizes, was when I said that that I thought George Osborne was exaggerating the sovereign risk in cutting down investment so much, and I thought it's one of those throwaway remarks that academics always make. When I woke up the next day, and it was about titled this long in the newspaper, Britain's new Nobel laureate is saying that that we're exaggerating, and I was so terribly scared. I thought I'd never ever again make any remarks like that. But here I am.
Hasn't stopped you though, Chris. Good. Glad to hear that it hasn't. Yeah, no, that's so. That's
I've got a related question actually for Anna. Can I ask it?
Yeah.
Why don't we have big global champion companies?
Yeah, that was going to ask the
in
same
Britain?
thing. It's when you look at the list of the top companies in the world, we're just nowhere near there.
Yeah, I mean we've got everything. Universities, people.
Why don't
looks we're the best.
Why don't we have Microsoft and Google? What did we do with deep minds? Oh, don't even talk about deep minds.
There's a bunch of bits to that answer, inevitably. So one of it is we're quite, as we said, we've got good universities. We're actually quite good at sort of the university end of innovation in the UK. We're not as good at scaling up on sort of those sort of creative enterprises in the same way the US is. And there are various reasons for that, which have been well rehearsed, and I will now try and remember what all of them are. There has been a debate in the past about risk appetite amongst British business owners of different types. Whether there's something about Britain which is a bit anti-risk, and actually what people want to do is earn furthest from companies actually in the UK. That some companies, the level of ambition is that I want to earn enough to be able to work part-time and play golf. It's like a view that was shared. Another potential reason is that has been explored is like the nature of funding availability in the UK. When you're trying to go from start-up to scale-up, and actually this is a project the CBI is doing a bit on this year, is on, I've got to remember, no, it's decacorns, getting from unicorn to decacorn. That bit where you want to get bigger in the UK, it seems that companies choose to sell up at that point rather than being able to get the funding. And when comparisons have been done with the funding landscape in the UK compared with Europe and the US, there's this gap in mid-sized funding diversity for the UK, where you see there's a bit of there seems to be a tendency for like growing companies ending up to remortgage their homes to help get early stage and mid stage funding. So those are a couple of thoughts. Another thought that I have, and this is about whether in terms of our policy choices in the UK, we just spread the policy just ends up being spread a bit too thin. So rather, because we're quite anti, sort of the government perspective is quite anti, obviously taking risks with public money. They won't, there isn't that. We're getting behind the next type of new growth company. Saw British Volt fall over recently, and it feels like there are lost opportunities where the UK could have got behind.
So the scaling is something that's a big conversation at the moment, isn't it? Why don't we scale? Why couldn't we scale deep mind?
Go a step behind. Why don't we do it? We've got the best banking system in the world.
If you're a big company, we've got the best banking
Martin Wolf's written a lot about this recently, hasn't he? Why he thinks he. There's a couple of questions there, and then I'll ask, and then I'll go into the audience, which I'm going to relate. One is a question from Microsoft on hybrid, and Microsoft, by the way, need a big congratulations, because during the pandemic they collected a lot of data and they made it available really quickly. And that was very helpful to all of us who were thinking about what was happening in the world, because they had very good data on what, because obviously we all use Microsoft, and they made that data available very quickly. The Microsoft team that we have here, which is great. And they were asking about hybrid work. And then there was another question that said, well, people don't really want to live in cities anymore. They actually want to live in countryside, and we could add to that the Japanese government who've just paid everyone $1 million yen. $1 million yen is not the same as $1 million, or else we'd all take it. You don't live in Cockermouth and Carlisle, rather than whatever the. So I just wondered if we could address the question of, do you think the cities ended anyway just because of the virtual work? Eric?
Well, this has been one of the biggest changes since World War II, has been the shift to remote work.
Yeah.
Obviously the pandemic triggered that. In the United States, we did a survey, and it was about 1 in 6 Americans pre-COVID. By the peak of it, it was just over 50%. It's come back a little bit. Probably the person who's looked at it most closely is a frequent co-author of John and mine, Nick Bloom, and he was looking at it before the pandemic and has really been all over it. One of the interesting things that he's highlighted has been the rise of what you call hybrid work, and partly because, as the question notes, there are some intangible benefits from meeting face to face. There's some kind of magic that happens when you're in the same room with somebody. While we're on the same room, we could be doing this by Zoom, but I think it's very different. And when I work with my co-authors, it's just there's a level of creativity. I'm not sure what the anthropology of it is that comes out when people are sharing ideas, and there's a lot of serendipity just bumping into each other and coming up with ideas. So on the other hand, there's some big benefits, commuting time and otherwise from working remotely. So what Nick has described a lot of companies doing is a hybrid arrangement where you come in perhaps 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. You use that time for collaboration. And this leads to a little bit of a different, it's not people going off 500 or 10,000 miles away, but they are moving to what he calls a donut-shaped arrangement, where the central cities become maybe less critical because you're not there every day. You can be a little further away, 20 miles away, because you're not coming as frequently. But when you do come in, you're face-to-face. Now, of course, many companies have different arrangements. There are some, especially in New York City, where the financial companies are asking people to come in all the time. Others in Silicon Valley, they're saying you can stay home all the time. But this hybrid and donut-shaped arrangement seems to be an increasingly common strategy for a large set of companies.
Does anyone else?
So Nick was one of my students, so he's partly an LSE product, which is great. I think that all that Eric has said is right, and I think one of the interesting things about the whole pandemic, and Anna mentioned this, is that companies made these huge investments in order to have more remote work, like through Zoom, and also to sell even more things online, and those investments are not going away. So we're not reverting back to where we were before. It really is a step change, a new equilibrium in the jargon. But I think this question about how far it's going to stay in the mode it was, I think we are seeing a move back towards more face-to-face. And I think it's for exactly the reasons that Eric has said, that there is something built into human evolution where we're able to transmit and communicate information on a face-to-face level, which is hard to replicate, even with very modern technologies. Maybe one day we'll all be rolling around the metaverse, it'll be fine. But I think in at least for the next kind of 5-10 years, it really is hard to get that level of creativity. And I think the worry is that that's undervalued by many people. Yeah. And young people in particular, I've seen this like we've seen this with students starting off or people starting work. They miss out on a lot of that kind of very subtle face-to-face training, networking, which is really important for your careers. For slightly more mature, we put it that way, researchers like Eric and myself, it's kind of easier. But I think for the young generations coming through, it potentially is very costly. And I worry a bit that might be undervalued. So I do think we need to have a system which, not in every industry, but in many industries, where we go back to having a lot of kind of face-to-face interaction and dense communication, which is so important in companies and also in cities.
Let's open. Yes, sorry, you had your hand up before. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. Thanks.
Fascinating discussion. Thank you very much. I'm Gratton Morgan from Hypertalent. I would encourage Eric to knock on Rishi's door, I think, whilst you're here. My question was going to come back to the role of investment capital, and from the perspective of governments taking a role in investment capital. Because, Eric, I noticed your World Economic Forum discussion around opening up new markets last week, and the role that the UK government takes in opening up new markets, I think, is underprescribed. We tend to hover in the UK between a government that wants absolutely no involvement in markets to a government that wants absolute involvement in oligopolies, with nothing really in between. And I just deciphered their overly simplified model of innovate, diffuse, and then share the benefits. And I just wonder if all the talk of UK infrastructure investment, which we obsess over, and we've heard that from Anna, from John to some extent, the infrastructure investment for me is in the diffuse category. And one of the most interesting things about the US is the role that the government takes in companies like Tesla. And we've also seen that in Taiwan with investment in the semiconductor capacity, which the US is now mimicking some 20 years later. So I just wonder if the panel could perhaps reflect on the role of government to provide that investment capital, because the role of, or the example of British Volt is a really interesting one. Take aside the fact that British Volt never actually had a product, so the government probably didn't want to invest £100 million in that. But you could also make the argument that did the government invest that money, would they then have the product? So I just wonder if governments need to take a more active role at the front end of innovation before we get into diffusion of products that don't exist.
Anna, do you want to take that? Because that's pretty much where you sit, I guess.
Yeah, before you hand the mic back, I might need to ask some clarification, because I'm just struggling a bit exactly what with what exactly the question is in respect of the role of government here. Are you talking about sort of the government, so basically taking a bet,
yes.
and should the governments be doing more of that?
Yeah, I think, and I'm not sure if you'd agree, but if I look at UK government over the last 20 to 30 years compared to US governments, and to some extent compared to China as well, do we make sufficient bets? And I know China makes bets more in state-sponsored industries, but they also make bets in state-sponsored companies. And I just feel as though, you know, put this in the wider context of well-being. UK pension funds at the moment, if we all took a glance at our pension funds, we would find between 7 and 10% of stocks held in those very technologies at the top of the presentation. We were talking about being very, very condensed and centralised. The same companies that are firing people via email.
And that's because with the defined benefit, pensions have to put their pension money has to go into low risk equities or government bonds, doesn't it? So you probably know this. We have a massive investment capital in the UK which is not put into any sort of growing organisation, because it would be considered too risky, because we have defined. You and I, anyway, have defined, but nobody else does. But you and I have defined benefits.
Can I make one comment? I think you're the kind of traditional economist thing about saying the market will sort everything out is clearly that caricature is clearly wrong. The market doesn't sort everything out. There's lots of ways in which the market fails, and there's lots of ways in which governments can have a positive role. Think about climate change and the other kinds of. But I think it's important that governments are not very good at picking winners. We're not very good at it. There's a fundamental information problem that being able to choose the right companies and putting it creates very bad incentives and lobbying. I think the way I like to think about it, if you want to call it industrial policy, is to say, well, we know there's areas of the market are not going to work well. Definitely think about how we could invest in those areas, so green technologies, green innovation, but then allow there to be competition for who it is going to win particular support for investment in those areas. So you kind of pick sectors and maybe broad technologies where you think there is a pressing need, but you don't necessarily get into or if you are going to have a competition for who's going to get the grants, try and make that more distant from government. So have some independent set of expert groups who are deciding where the funds are going, because otherwise, the risk of the money going to friends of the government, as we saw during PPE and the pandemic, is very, very, very high. So having ways in which you can shelter that from too much political interference, I think is good. That's the balance I think you need to have in industrial policy.
Yeah, just to build on that as well, I think you could, is looking at how the UK compares in this space. You could make a case that the UK is just a lot slower than like the US and the EU. So if you look at like the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, and then the EU has responded and we haven't, and we are, so CBI is very concerned that we're going to fall behind in the green race if we don't come out with something suitably impactful in the context of very tight public finances pretty quickly. And likewise with semiconductors. So they've had a very, the shortage of semiconductors had a very significant impact globally for a variety of reasons. And both the US and the EU have done things to get behind, to get underneath this issue and ensure the security of supply. Now it might be that they've made the wrong call, it's a bit early days, and we might end up with a massive glut of semiconductors in a year or so. But the point is that the UK has missed opportunities, arguably, to do the same. And I think John has described the right ways in which to frame those kind of government initiatives such that they foster competition and don't, make the wrong kind of plays. But again, that's just not something that the UK seems to be being particularly good at.
Yeah. Eric?
Well, I think John and I had some similar training in terms of thinking about this, because I think it's not so much a matter of more or less government, it's really where you focus it. And you have to think about, are there externalities? Is there some reason that you want the government to be involved? I noticed a very different attitude. I was at 4 AI summits in the White House over the past few years, 3 in Obama administration, 1 in the Trump administration, and it was a very different tone. The Obama administration was very focused on let's invest in our research and development, but especially research, basic stuff that you could make a good argument there's going to be underinvestment by private companies and get that going. The Trump meeting was much more, let's have some companies that are already doing stuff and decide where the money goes. I think that second approach is much more likely to lead to sort of cronyism and rent seeking, and not so much a place where the government has a comparative advantage other than in like who can twist and get the most favors. And I would actually want to see less of that. So it depends a lot on the type of investment. There are some that are in between, maybe early Tesla, not today's Tesla, or early Cylindra, which was less successful, or early companies that are and now that the CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act is focused on some of those, where you could make an argument there is a big externality. But that would be the lens I would look at it, much more than just the total amount.
Just as we finish, I'm just interested in DeepMind. We talked about it earlier, and it's one of the UK success stories that became not a great success story. What would you have done if you were the UK government? Is that because that's a very good example of a company that?
Well, I know the founders, moderately well. I used to spend a fair amount of time over there with Demis and Shane and Mustafa, and it's still, I think it is a success story for the UK. I think there's a lot of investment. Google is putting more investment into the UK than it's taking out right now through DeepMind. So I don't know that it was such a bad thing outcome that way. Demis says that, I'll take him as his word for it, that when he was looking at this, he wanted to be able to scale up and get as much impact as rapidly as possible. And he had a number of offers, he says, for people putting in. He didn't actually choose the one that was going to give him the most money. He chose one that he had a condition that he wanted to have it stay in London. And some of the other big tech companies that wanted to partner with him wanted to move that over there. And I think that he's been pretty successful in creating perhaps the premier place where AI talent is assembled. We hear a lot about, you mentioned ChatGPT and OpenAI, and that's amazing. DeepMind, I think, arguably has a bigger concentration of talent. I was recently at an AI conference, and I was looking through the agenda, and there was just so many amazing papers and presentations. And then I looked more closely at the header, and that was just the DeepMind set of presentations. I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. So I'm not sure that it was a terrible outcome. Maybe it would have been even better if they could have, but maybe at some point they'll take over Google now that Google is becoming much more AI focused. But I'd say it's been working out all right.
Can I just, because I think, I know at the moment people very much think, and Chris does behind Chris's questions, and we want to have our national champions, our superstar, that would be great. But it's not a crazy model to this kind of so-called Wimbledon model, where the talent of the world comes to the UK, but we don't necessarily own it all. We create an environment which is very attractive for successful foreign companies to invest in Britain, and so I take an example of the car industry. Now Britain does have some top brands in the high end, so Aston Martin and so on. But the mass car industry, which was like, collapsing at the end of the 1970s, actually became pretty successful in the 90s and 2000s. And it wasn't because we had homemade mass-producing car companies. It's because the Toyotas and the Nissans and the Hondas of the world came to the UK, and we've kind of built up a mass car industry. So I'm a bit more relaxed about not having the superstar firms, so long as we can attract the good jobs and the productivity enhancing activities, I think, which is the more critical thing.
Well, I can see that our time has come to an end, and I was trying to think how best to summarise the conversation we've had. And I guess for me, what's really come out is these clusters are here to stay. Almost everything we've talked about is how important it is for people to get together, to meet face to face, to share talent and so on. But then the secondary impact of that is we need to make sure that we have infrastructure, particularly education, that makes sure that some of this knowledge and capital is diffused into regions. So thank you so much to the group, and I think, am I handing? You are. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Linda. That was fun, lively.
Thank you. That was a fascinating discussion. There are so many questions that it's. I mean, I generally have a concern around the city-region approach and the thinking, and it needs to be updated. My sense is we have an education system where we're doing pretty well in the cities, but in the former industrial areas, it's really poor. We've got an over-academic curriculum that doesn't help in terms of the development of a skilled workforce. We've got a concentration on developing an academic workforce. And then investment goes to cities, which includes the human investment, because those that succeed in those schools in our outlying areas go to universities in cities and stay there. They don't
look at us too. John and I both come from the northwest. We're both sitting here.
So, but anyway, I'm abusing my role. We can continue to debate. Thank you very much. We're about to hand over to our next guest, who I see has arrived. So Lucy Powell, I hope I can say a good friend of mine, has great expertise in education, having shadowed that, has good expertise around issues around Europe, having worked in that for some time, but now is the Shadow Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, so has been wrestling recently with how to regulate social media in respect of online harms, which is a ball I'm about to pick up and run with in the House of Lords as of next Wednesday. But it's great to have Lucy here thinking, I think we're about to move into an era where, a bit like the Home Office has a crime bill every year, we will have a digital regulation bill of some sort every year. We've got a queue at DCMS already around digital competition, around another data protection regulation, for example, and I am optimistic that we might, in the next couple of years, although we're not complacent, have a change of government, and accessing Lucy's thinking around things like algorithmic regulation, around what an incoming Labour government's view might be around these issues, is what Anna is going to now explore with Lucy Powell. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you so much, Lucy, for coming here on a day that I know is particularly busy. We've watched Jim run to and forward from Westminster all day. You're now Shadow Secretary of State for DCMS, and I think it's been described as the department for everyday life. Could you tell us something about your personal journey to this role, which is now leading Labour's technology policy?
Sure, yeah. Well, thank you for having me here today. It's great. I do like to see all those pictures on the wall on the way in, just by the way, obviously because we're in the Engineering and Technology Institute, so of course it could only possibly be a long picture of men, with the one exception of your founder, one of your founders here. But as somebody with a science degree and who did STEM at A-levels and university, I do feel slightly concerned if that's still the case. We still have this sort of long line of men in these things. So yes, I'm going to try and bring some of my STEM background into my DCMS role. But yeah, when you get given the Secretary of State for DCMS role, everyone texts you and says, right, great, Minister of Tickets, you know, Ministry of Fun, like, can we sort of all this sort of thing. But actually, as you say, it is a massive economic powerhouse now. The sectors that are under DCMS, from telecoms to infrastructure, digital, creative industries, sport, leisure, everything. It's nearly a quarter of the whole economy. And Michelle Donnellan, which I completely agree with her on this, the new Secretary of State, she describes it as the department of all the future jobs. And I think she's onto something there. So yeah, I mean, when I was first sort of given the job, I wasn't, quite sure why I was given the job, because you never are, because you get that's the thing with politics, you get really into the job you're doing. And I was previously doing the housing brief, albeit quite briefly, and I was happy doing that, and then you get a phone call that you're getting moved. So our job is not to try and be the expert in all things future of work or all things digital. I take all that expertise from other people in the room. Our job is to try and navigate some of those political policy dilemmas and questions, and look to the future and try and make sure that we get some of the politics of that right, and some of the policy framework, and that's my job. So I feel I'm capable of doing that job, but I'm not a digital whiz or anything.
More than.
But I have, as I say, I in another life I could have maybe got myself on the wall on the outside of here somewhere, but I chose a different path after university.
Well, in a way, it's a role that spans the topics of this conference too. So it's the digitisation of work and society, and also well-being across the country. So as well as your huge capabilities, we would all be interested, I think, to know in your sort of passions within that huge remit.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and there, this morning I was doing a big speech at the Advertising Association annual conference in Leicester Square to an audience of sort of 400, obviously in the leading kind of creative industry. So I think the two big areas in the DCMS portfolio are really the digital economy and all things that flow from that, and the sort of creative economy, and of course those two things overlap as well. And I think as a parent as well, I mean, I've got teenage children, so I think any parent, the conversation that parents are having these days, how do we keep our children not just safe online, but sort of digitally literate, able to navigate the good from the bad, from the things that they are being pushed, and knowing that they're having them pushed onto them, whether they're adverts or bits of fun, as well as them being sort of dangerous thing. I think this is something that we all as parents are struggling to navigate. I do put strict screen times on and all of that kind of thing, so I'm like misery mum as far as my kids are concerned. So I think there's that whole sort of challenge, but then of course the future of work, and every job, every business is going to be digital in the next few years, if it's not already. Maybe not fully digital, but certainly quite a considerable part of that digital, and I think that's a massive sort of transition that we're going to go through as a country, and has lots of challenges in it as well, because we do have a big digital divide, don't we, in terms of not just accessibility but affordability and digital sort of literacy. That's a challenge. Who are the winners? Who are the losers? How do we put some of these things to better public good, whether that's data sharing, data and digital? How do we, digital will be a big part of dealing with the big challenges the country faces, from net zero to public health and public service reform. So these are big questions that actually, as politicians, they're the sort of things that we like to try and get our teeth into a bit more. So I think that's...
Yeah, that's such a wide range of things. What do you think? What do you personally think are some of the biggest challenges and also opportunities for technology in your department in particular?
Well, that's a big question. Loads of things, and I think part of it is not about trying to sort of pick winners necessarily, but obviously creating that context and that framework. And Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves talk about this quite a lot, and Ed Miliband in relation to sort of net zero, and myself in relation to sort of some of the things that fall within my brief, whether that's AI or quantum computing or something. But there's a massive global race going on at the moment for the to have the sort of technologies of the future, both for the job security of the future and the economy of the future, but also for the national security issues of the future. You know, we're seeing a sort of post-COVID and in post-Ukraine, you know, and what's happening in Russia and China and everything, you know, countries now recognising that they need to have be able to have these technologies themselves and deploy them themselves and not be relying on other countries to do that. So there's this huge global race going on in these technologies. Some countries are going to win that race and some countries aren't. And I think the UK we've always been kind of world leading when it comes to some you know, scientific endeavour and technological change, things like AI, things like quantum computing, and so on. We've always been kind of good at our kind of inventing these things. What we've been less good at is gaining the benefits of that and really adopting that and then and getting the benefits of that. So, you know, we invented the silicon chip, but we don't own Silicon Valley. You know, we don't house Silicon Valley, and I think that's the sort of story of Britain, isn't it, over many decades. And I think an incoming Labour government wants to be sure that we can both develop the technologies, but we have the context and the climate here for those inventions to really be more widely adopted and get the productive value of that as well.
Yeah. So we have a long history in science, technology, academia, law as well.
Mm-hmm.
But there isn't a UK Apple,
Mm-hmm.
and also we're one of the most unequal countries compared to sort of OECD peers, which has seen very sharply at work. So picking up perhaps a question from the previous panel, in a sense, the sort of perhaps the biggest challenge, or one of the biggest challenges, is how can we encourage technology, responsible technology that drives shared prosperity and where benefits are shared with as many people as possible, and perhaps also augments people, sort of augments capabilities and brings out the best of everybody rather than simply thinking of substitution. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, and you're absolutely right. Look, I mean, obviously the digital age was supposed to be, in many ways, you know, as I was sort of growing up and the World Wide Web was coming on stream. I'm that old, you know. I mean, as I was at sort of university, we were only just getting on the internet when I was sort of getting on university. But the digital age was meant to be this great leveller, that everybody had access to all knowledge all the time. We could communicate with anybody whenever we wanted, and that this would somehow kind of create a flatter world rather than a sort of spiky or more unequal world. But I think what we're actually seeing is those gaps have become wider, not narrower, because for many reasons, I think, partly because those who have the data, the platforms, the sort of who are at the vanguard of some of the technology have then been able to sort of monopolise that a bit more and see off competition, and maybe some of the smaller players. It's harder for small business to get into these issues around literacy and competency and confidence in using technologies, you know, and embedding that across society. And we've got to do more around that in terms of skills and education and giving people the confidence, and, you know, supporting businesses with their workforce as well and seeing those opportunities. And then there's sort of geographical inequalities that are, I say this as a Manchester MP and a proud sort of Mancunian, but we've still got a deeply regional I think, you know, we talk about that at the end of the last session as well, in this country. And we have seen more of the advances that we are making in the sort of digital tech and digital sectors, exacerbating that further instead of levelling that out more. And I think Gordon Brown's done a big piece of work for us on the future of the UK, where digital technology and digital clusters were kind of a part of his narrative. We've had Lord Jim O'Neill It's done a big review for us on becoming the best place to start a business and startups and getting some of that investment. We don't have a great investment culture still in this country, certainly not outside of London. It's very hard to access finance. So we've got a whole kind of array of pieces of work that we've been doing. David Blunkett's done a big piece of work on skills for us, which of course is around digital skills and creative skills as well, which I know a lot of people do. So it's not just in my brief, but this is part of a kind of a real agenda that we've got for a national renewal of Britain and having the best place to really not just start a business, but grow a business and have a business here. So we need a good kind of array of policies across the piece.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And in a sense, a technology policy, the policy you're leading on, has huge potential to help pull together some of those threads.
Exactly.
Maximise those opportunities and address those risks.
Definitely. And a bit of new news for you. We're working on a green paper on the digital economy that will be out in the spring, that will draw on all of those elements from skills to infrastructure to making sure we've got a good regulatory framework that's not just a regulation from the point of view of stopping people doing things, but also giving people the certainty and the confidence and the long-term regulatory regime to enable these things to flourish as well as looking at some of the public service reform and net zero opportunities that digital brings. So that's, Labour's going to be sort of really trying to occupy that space in the coming months.
That's fantastic news. Just in terms of the sort of DCMS growth and also approach to regulation, because it's happening so fast, and regulation often feels a bit behind.
Totally.
It's taken so long to get the online safety bill to where it is now, and we need to look beyond that. Do you think, in thinking about approaches to regulation and the way you might look at it in your own green paper, do you envisage shifts in that? Perhaps more to future oriented approaches where that goals or targets or principles are set with some red lines, and then details and guidance are worked up over time.
Yes, well, hopefully, yes. And you're absolutely right. I mean, look, the online safety bill, and it is a landmark bill and it is an important bill. Jim's now going to be leading on that for Labour in the Lords, and that don't envy you that job, Jim. But we've just done months and months of it in the Commons, and as you say, the first draft of that bill that we saw, this is how fast things move or how slow sort of policy making moves. When we very first saw that draft bill, TikTok wasn't even around, and now TikTok is the main way that my kids get their news. Well, my daughter actually, my son's probably YouTube and sort of football news, but they're each to their own. But that's how, as you say, how quickly things move and how slowly government legislation and government sort of policy moves and reacts. So we recognise, I think, across the House of Commons, we and politicians across the piece, we recognise that we've got some way to go to sort of catch up. I think where we get caught short, I think you're absolutely right about that, is to try and cross every T and dot every I, instead of giving regulators the broad remits and the tools and the powers that they need to look at those remits, and that then they're able to sort of adapt and change that over time, which I think, we're pretty good at regulation in this country, actually. We're not overbearing regulators. We do have some good and notably good sort of regulators in this country. So I think we're able to do that. So that should be the approach that we take. But obviously the watering down that the online safety bill suffered right at the last minute, which I'm hoping Jim and his colleagues will now strengthen again, was a massive missed opportunity. To water something down that's gone through that many processes and gone through that much time, where there's that much agreement on it, just at the wrong moment in time, just as sort of Andrew Tate's being arrested, you're kind of watering, he's not in scope at all, now, basically, or any of that whole world.
So so looking at that, looking beyond that, I'm beginning to imagine a DCMS that's more like the Home Office with the cross-cutting role, initiating, wider remits of regulation across the board, and bringing other departments and perhaps other MPs with you. Is that something you could imagine happening?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, look, I think one advantage you have in opposition, you don't have many. In fact, it's pretty rubbish being in opposition, to be honest. I think, I don't know who was it who said that 1,000 days in opposition, are not worth one day in government. I think that's probably fairly true to say. But one of the advantages we do have is we aren't hampered really by kind of working very closely with colleagues on big policy areas, because we haven't got whole departments sort of stopping you or impeding that, or people aren't empire building quite so much as maybe they do when they get their feet under the department table. So that is an approach we want to take straight into government, touch wood, should we get there, and I think there's still a long way to go for us in that. But we can and we are working very much sort of across the piece here, and I think it's for the DCMS department to lead that process and lead the way. Keir Starmer talks about it all the time, and he really is so committed to this. He really personally believes it, that he sees the role of government to sort of set the mission, and then you then work in partnership with business, with stakeholders, with trade unions, with others, to then work out how you're going to meet that mission, rather than just coming along with yet another piece of legislation that nobody wants along the way. Try and not be too overreactive.
Thinking about that last point and working with people and collaborating and I suppose consulting with academia, industry, and so on. How do you think we're doing in the UK at that? And can we do better?
Well, I don't think, without making a sort of, I don't like to use these moments to be sort of overly party political, but I think we've got rubbish at that recently. And that's partly, I think, as a result of just having such uncertain government, full stop. When you've got the huge sort of revolving door of ministers, prime ministers and everything else, it's very hard for people to engage with that. It's just a statement of fact, really, isn't it? It's not really a party political point that much, but so we've not had that sort of stability that I think people need to make that much harder. But in the past, I think we've been good at that, and we should be better at that. I think some of these issues, whether it's like industrial strategy, which I'm talking about a digital industrial strategy in a sense, and Johnny Reynolds has been developing our industrial strategy, but there's lots of crossover there in terms of data and AI and some of these things as well. These things should withstand ministers. They should even withstand a change of which party is in government. That's successful countries that win these global races have cross-party agreement about a kind of industrial or a digital industrial strategy that then withstands, because I'm sure most people in this audience recognise that you're making decisions for 10, 15 years as a business, or in scientific research you're not making decisions which politics often feels it is for the next day's headlines or the next week's news, and those two things can be quite colliding.
And to bridge thinking about immediate crises with long-term planning, which is what we really need to do.
Yeah, and as I say, I think with the huge transitions that we're seeing in the global economy at the moment, what America are doing with their Inflation Reduction Act, massive sort of investment in renewable energies, how the world has had to change its energy supplies and all these things, and then the massive digital transition that we're seeing. We'll either win some of that or we won't. That is the question, and at the moment it feels to me like we're not in the winning position we could be in, given that we actually have a lot of the technologies and the the ideas and the people here to sort of make that a reality.
We've got some questions, and they've been fantastic through the day that I think are going to come up on the screen and also go live. But as we get those up, it would be really good to leap back to the topic of this conference and work. So in thinking about all those things that you've said, what's the role of work here? You know, how can thinking about work, or prioritising thinking about work and doing so more, and well-being more sharply, help us really bottom out some of these challenges and opportunities and get that bridge?
Yeah, well, and obviously I think workers have to be sort of central to that, and what we think about what work is, and how we can better balance our lives and these kind of conversations. Obviously, Angela Rayner has been leading some of that work for us as well, and she's done a green paper on employment rights and things. But I think it's part of that is about changing some of that narrative, as you say, that these are not just sort of threats but opportunities. But we've got to give people the confidence to make that leap in many ways. And I think there's some good work being done out there. But we are talking about lifelong training, aren't we? Lifelong skill acquisitions and changing the very nature of the way we work. And these are not small things to happen. People have to be given confidence to do that and understand the journey that they're going on, why they're going on it, and to what benefit it could bring them.
Yes, it sounds like one of the questions up there is a natural sequel to that. How can we get large firms to help close the skills and education gap between our failing education system and jobs available, not just now, but in the future?
Yeah, well, I mean, it absolutely is the sort of right question to ask. One of the policies that we've already announced, which I think sort of helps in that regard, is around the apprenticeship levy. We want to reform the apprenticeship levy to make it more flexible for larger firms to use their apprenticeship levy, and to be able to use it for some of their contractors and sort of smaller firms as well, so that can be used for the current workforce as well as bringing on the new workforce. But we have to look at that from cradle to grave essentially as well. And one of the areas that I've been discussing with our shadow education team quite a lot is around the digital and creative skills in schools and beyond, which I think leaves something to be desired, because if automation is going to do more and more of the menial tasks, then of course what the humans are bringing to the table is their creativity, is their ingenuity, is their ability to adapt and learn. And I'm not sure our education system sort of reflects those sort of needs of the future economy at the moment. And I think we're not going to be sort of embarking on kind of big announcement about curriculum change ahead of an election, but we are going to have to look at that when in government and taking people on that journey with us, both in terms of creative skills, digital skills as well, and making sure that we're producing the workforce of the future. But of course, I'm sure you've been talking about it, most of the future digital jobs that we're talking about are going to be done by the current workforce, not by the future workforce. And that's a big transition that government cannot address on its own. That has got to be done in partnership with business.
And I can't resist one supplementary, that have we got the right balance between investment not just in capital, in the technologies, but also in the humans?
Well, yeah, I mean, big question, slightly above my pay grade, because they're probably the shadow treasury team, and I'm sure you know that Rachel Reeves runs our sort of financial and budget commitments with an absolute sort of iron fist. Rightly so. So, I would get into lots of trouble if I sort of made any unfunded spending commitments. But certainly, when it comes, I think you can see the direction of travel when it comes to things like sort of business rates and other business incentives. What is it that we're incentivising and why? And is that about investing in productivity and workforce, or are we incentivising sometimes the wrong kind of behaviour from business? And I think these are the sort of big questions that Rachel and her team are looking at in terms of that sort of tax system, if you like.
And where it connects with you, I suppose, how can we incentivise good forms of automation?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
It almost sounds as if you read the next question about production. If we should keep the productive value of our inventions, does Labour policy reflect more of a Marianne Mazzucati view of industrial strategy than Van Reenen? We have Van Reenen in the room, so we might say three.
That's maybe I'll gen up on that one. But yes, I mean, look, I without getting into a sort of theoretical sort of debate between their different views on that. I mean, look, I think it's definitely been a challenge for our country, hasn't it? As I said before, and I think it's one that we all know we need to address, but then we're just not looking at the whole sort of holistic kind of strategic view about how we address that. We do a lot of initiative-itis in this country, small pots of money, small bits of initiatives to try and incentivise certain behaviours, but then it doesn't look at the piece in the round, which is why I wanted to mention everything from the sort of Jim O'Neill review to the Gordon Brown review to the work David Blunkett's doing to the Green Paper. All these things we're weaving into one sort of bigger agenda to answer some of those questions, rather than, I think, as I say, just the odd little initiative here or there, which in the end often doesn't really amount to more than the sum of the parts, does it?
Exactly that. It may be that that's all you want to say about this next question. How would a Labour government maximise well-being at work to drive equity, innovation and productivity? The pulling together in a sort of goals-driven way of those different interests and departments. But is there anything else you'd like to say on that?
No, I mean, look, I think obviously health and well-being. I mean, we talk about this at the Shadow Cabinet quite a lot. When you talk about the productivity challenges of this country, you cannot separate that from having a healthy, happy workforce. As well, if people are off sick or unable to work or unhappy at work, or that is an economic question. They are part of a productive. People are, workers are obviously a key part of a productive economy. So that's why you have to invest in health and well-being and preventative services, mental health as well, and all of those sorts of things. We see that as a critical part of our economic story as much as our public service story and narrative. So I think we all. Maybe COVID did offer a sort of period of time where people reflected on the nature of their work and what was important and what wasn't, and we've seen a lot of people leave the workforce during that time, and that's now a big problem for our economy, that we've seen so many older people over the age of 50 leaving the workforce. So if people don't need to work, then they don't sort of have to work. So it has to be part of your economic story.
So maybe that's the particular way in which you align these different, these economic, innovation, tech, social, and health interests.
Yeah, because they're all part of the same sides of the same coin.
There's some fantastic ones coming through there.
Can you make them a bit easier?
Yeah. I don't like it. But there's a big one and a little one. Let's do both. So do you think that the DCMS needs rebranding? We've and do voters understand what the department does as well as its focus? And perhaps an example, should there be a Minister for AI, implementation and human well-being?
I mean, I definitely think DCMS probably needs a bit of a rebranding. I mean, it's lovely and it's great. It's such a broad area. But I mean, I think just this week alone, I'm dealing with the chairman of the BBC Trust fallout. The sort of collapse or near collapse of various football clubs, speaking at a massive creative industries conference this morning, and I'm just going through my diary in my head, the advertising sort of sector, the online safety bill, which we just sort of finalised at the back end of next week, and then talking about the future of work with you guys. I mean, it's quite a major sort of set of different agendas. But yes, you are seen as being the culture secretary or the shadow culture secretary, and and someone who sort of goes along to the BAFTAs and football matches, which I do and I do enjoy. But it is the department of jobs of the future, and it's a big economic department. It's not seen as that in government, in Parliament, in the media, let alone. I mean, I don't think probably most ordinary members of the public would be able to name for you any more than 2 departments anyway. In government, but so I think that there is a need to do that.
And also perhaps think about it in terms of national and local, what can be hived up that way as well.
Well, we've got a big agenda for devolution. I mean, Keir Starmer talks about being the first Prime Minister to win power in order to give it away, and I think a lot of this work can be done locally and regionally. Are you being wound up now? I never know the time for these things either.
Nor me, and I may need to be.
You do.
Stopped. That's right. It sounds like there may be time for one more question.
Okay, I'll be
are we
quick.
going to? Perhaps we haven't had one from the audience yet, so perhaps taking one from the audience. This lady in the green jacket.
From the Metaverse Institute. So, actually, a lot of the work of the future will taking place in the metaverse in the next 5-10 years. So we see lots of different national governments, say China, South Korea, Japan, UAE, and many others, developing their national strategies for different technologies, say content computing, AI, chips, coming together to form the next generation of the internet. So I wonder if the Labour government might be thinking about a really exciting national strategy for the metaverse to really put us as a global leader for metaverse for the next 10 years.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a great point to sort of finish. You're absolutely right, and it's something I say quite often sort of internally, in politics, in policy terms, as politicians, we're often on the sort of zeitgeist of 10 years ago. So we're all like, let's just get AI into every speech that we do. And it's like, no, everyone's off AI now. And in the real world, we're sort of on how AI merges with all the other technologies and takes us to the next leap forward. So yes, I think we should aim to do that. Whether we've got the know-how is a whole other thing, but hopefully that's something we can work together. Yes, that would be fantastic. Absolutely. Yeah, it'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a fantastic
it's a pleasure.
discussion. Back to Jim.
Thanks very much, Lucy and Anna, giving us plenty more to talk about over lunch, which is what we're going to do now. So we've got an hour for lunch. Try and both catch up with your old mates, but find some new ones in anticipation of some further networking later on today, which is, of course, the reason why we all come. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in an hour.
Great.
I was slightly impatient for the coffee, but we're getting that at 3:30. So it'll be fine. And we're now moving into the brave world of a hybrid panel session, which I'm sure will improve our well-being immensely, because we're not at Microsoft. And it's going to be moderated here in real life by Naomi Clymer. Incidentally, Lucy talked about walking past a gallery of men who had been presidents of the IET. One of the two women who have been presidents of the IET, and whose picture is up there, punctuating all the men, is Naomi's. And she is chair and co-founder of the Institute for the Future of Work, and she's joined by a great panel. Remotely, Darren is there somewhere from the MIT, and his face will magically appear, or his voice.
Have his voice. Can we have his picture as well, do you think?
It's coming. Kirsty Blackman.
Hey.
Yay, hello. Hello, lovely to see you. Or hello that way. Kirsty Blackman, Member of Parliament from Aberdeen, Shadow Cabinet Office from the Scottish Nationalist Party. You're very welcome. And John Evans, luxuriating in his retirement from solving lots of problems in the trade union world. And they're going to talk to us and talk to each other and engage with us around issues around how we take advantage of the opportunities of the transformation created by technology in a way that is equitable and works for everyone. Naomi, over to you.
Thank you, Jim. Well, thanks for coming back. It's good to see so many of you. And you've heard about my stellar panel, and thank you, Dan, for joining us from MIT. And you probably gathered that I'm an engineer by profession, and the reason I'm here is because I believe there's a real opportunity to introduce tech into the workplace in a way that makes work better and fairer, and at the same time improving company bottom lines. And I think we can do that, but on the whole, that's not entirely the experience that we're having so far. In an earlier session, Eric was talking about how 90% of a tech implementation is about things that aren't actually the tech, things around it, like complementary things and the organisation, things like upskilling the workforce, which I wholeheartedly agree with. And there are plenty of difficult examples which have come out in the Q&A this morning of tech making work worse. Things like the loss of autonomy, just the loss of jobs generally, deterioration in mental health. There's quite a few bad examples, but there are some really great examples of where it has made a difference. And someone this morning mentioned the idea that medicine could become a craft if all of the kind of routine process stuff was taken away, that it would become more creative and more of a craft. Somebody else mentioned green jobs. And one of the things I read this week, which I thought was rather delicious, which is the workers taking on automation themselves, was the idea that they're beginning to use ChatGPT to write their cover letters for job applications for them. So even the workers are automating. So there's real potential for technology to be used in ways that frees people up and makes life better. So this panel is going to talk about the impact of technology on work, its impact on firms and on the workers, and how policies in particular could help to make sure that the tech adoption encourages good work. I'm going to ask Darren to speak first, and then I'm going to ask Kirsty and then John. So we'll get some introductory remarks, and then we'll go to Q&A. So do get onto Slido and submit your questions, and hopefully we'll work through as many of those as we can. So Darren, could I welcome you and ask you to take the floor?
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Naomi. And it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm going to share my slides as well. But while I'm doing that, let me say it's a true pleasure because these are very important topics close to my heart, and also it's fantastic to be part of the Pissarides review, since Chris Pissarides was my teacher and inspiration, and our paths have crossed many times since I left the LSE in 1993. But it's also a pleasure that over the last decade or so, we have both been thinking about the issues that are central for the future of work from different angles, complementary angles. What I want to do is actually provide a little bit of a framework for a more rigorous thinking about the future of work, which will end up throwing some cold water on some of the more optimistic claims about the role of technology, digital technologies. But I'll focus on AI because that's been the flavor of the month and plays a central role in the more optimistic accounts of how we can leverage digital technologies for the future of work. There's a lot of apprehension about AI, but many experts agree that there have been major advances that are just the tip of the iceberg, and AI is becoming more broadly applicable, not just ChatGPT, but if you look at AI-related publications, they have shifted from computer science journals to a much broader range of application domains. And a lot of optimism, especially from some of the very high-profile places like The Economist magazine in a recent issue, takes those like me who are less optimistic about AI to task, stating by lowering costs of production, AI-based automation can create more demand for goods and services. The economy may need fewer checkout attendants at supermarkets, but not a problem. More massage therapists will make up for that. Or the recent McKinsey Davos statement, with fourth industrial revolution, these technologies are going to create more different jobs that are transforming manufacturing, help build fulfilling, rewarding, and sustainable careers. Well, the best data on some of these issues is from the US, and it doesn't look as promising, at least if you look at over the somewhat longer haul of the digital technologies era. So here I'm showing you the real wages of 10 demographic groups differentiated by gender and education from 1940s to the late 1970s. Real wages for all of these groups grew in tandem from the fact that you can see all of these curves, at least from 1963 in this picture because of data availability, they're on top of each other. But then from around 1980, you see a sea change, and not only a huge amount of inequality building up in the US labor market, but you also can notice the real wages of low education workers, especially men, declining. So high school dropouts, high school graduate, even workers with associate degrees in the United States are doing less well than they did in the 1970s in real wage terms. So what's going on? How do you reconcile this with the canon of economics that suggests that anything that increases productivity, and clearly digital technologies have done that, should ultimately lead to higher wages because they increase labor demand? Well, I think that's actually an important thing, and I want to sort of tax you a little by just showing you why automation, which is one of the main things that many of these digital technologies have been doing, is actually a more complex technological implications, has a more complex technological implications than what is generally produced. For that, let me just show you this very simple graph, which says, well, imagine you are trying to minimize costs and you have a bunch of tasks, for example, painting, welding, design, assembly, and so on. And you're going to try to decide which task gets assigned to what factor. And here I have just looked at capital and labor, but you should also, of course, think of different skills within labor. And on the vertical axis, I have the cost of production. In orange, it's the cost of capital, and not all tasks could be done by capital. Some of them still require labor. So that's why the capital one stops at this threshold I. And then cost minimization is you choose whichever one is the lower, you follow the orange curve, and then you jump onto the green curve. So now, in this picture, I can show you what an increase in worker productivity does, the type of thing that makes economists build their intuition that, technological change is going to be good for workers. So for instance, if you make workers more productive across the board, that's going to shift down the cost of production by labor. And all of this blue area here becomes productivity increases, which helps the economy, but also makes sure that now employers want more workers because workers have become more productive, and that higher labor demand translates into wages. Now, more or less the same thing happens if capital itself becomes more productive. But none of this looks like automation, which is one of the main issues with AI and with robotics and with other software-based tools in offices. That's one of the main issues that worries people. And if you want to put automation into this framework, it looks very different. In particular, what automation corresponds to is a shift in what is feasible to produce with capital. So that threshold I shifts to I prime. What that does is two very different things than the standard thinking normally entails. First of all, it has a first order displacement effect. All of the workers that used to perform those tasks that have now been automated have been displaced, some of them into unemployment, some of them into lower wage work, where they go and depress other people's wages as well because they're competing for existing tasks. Second, productivity effects are actually not that great, especially if this orange curve is close to the blue curve. Automation is just replacing labor which was doing okay with capital that's doing a little bit better, but that's hardly revolutionary. Pasquale Restrepo and I have called this so-so automation, meaning, you're going to get some benefits, but it's not revolutionary. But the labor demand implications, wage implications are quite important. So here is one take on that. And since time is short, let me just focus on the chart on the right. The one on the left shows that things like this didn't really happen before the 1980s. It's a post-1980 phenomenon. But let me just focus on the right. And what this one does is, from a more recent work that I have with Pasquale Restrepo, it looks in the US to 500 demographic groups representing different skills. Different colors represent these education groups that I had shown. And for each education group, we estimate how much of the tasks they used to perform in 1980 have been displaced by automation, software, dedicated equipment, and robotics, pre-AI, but it's sort of informative. And what you see is that there is a remarkably strong relationship between changes in the real wages of these groups and what this displacement has done. In fact, about 70% of all of the changes in the US wage inequality, the type of changes that I showed you in that first chart, can be explained by this task displacement. So automation has been a major driver of inequality and has depressed the real wages of many low education workers, as you can see from the fact that many of these dots, especially for the red and the green low education groups, are actually below zero. Real wage declines. Now, this is all pre-AI, but AI is here. Since 2015, there has been rapid spread of AI. This is from another paper I have with Pasquale Restrepo, David Otter, and Joe Hazel. And AI, in principle, could do many things. It could create new tasks. And I'll come back to this in the context of how we can imagine a better future with AI in 2 minutes. But these new tasks, complementing humans, facilitating matchmaking, these are very, very important aspects. And if you look at history, they've been important drivers of wage growth. But our work shows that AI, until now, over the last 7 years or so, has not been put to this. If you look at what are the establishments that adopt AI, they are uniformly those that have a lot of simple, routine, clerical type tasks that can be replaced. And we use several measures to do this, but in all cases, it's this blue and the green groups that are driving the AI growth, and those are the ones that have these replaceable tasks. And what happens? Those blue and green groups stop hiring. Again, you see the effects of displacement. Now, I have also argued in other work, this is excessive automation, meaning that this is not just a path of technology that's imposed on us by scientific progress or the only feasible, rational path for the US and the Western Europe to follow. In fact, first, the lack of countervailing power from labor movement that in the past played an important role in encouraging how technology was used, and growing dominance of the business models and size of big tech has been sort of critical for this. Excessive focus on cost cutting, it's also been a major reason for this, again, related to the shifting balance between capital and labor. And US and European tax code, the same is true in the UK, not to the same extent, powerfully favors capital. So if you look at marginal taxes on labor in the US, they're about 25%. Capital always gets taxed less, but especially software and equipment are now taxed about 5%, much bigger, much more favorable terms. So you actually, as a company, you save money by automating. A better future is possible. And my argument, especially in a forthcoming book with Simon Johnson, is that even the whole sort of framing of machine intelligence, AI, is wrong. What we should be talking about is machine usefulness. How can machines be useful to humans? Human skills are quite diverse. AI and other digital technologies can be helpful to humans, but if they try to replace humans, they are often in this sorry land of automation. And often, these digital technologies can be used as rent-shifting activities. They do not boost productivity, but they enable employers to grab money, rents, claw back high wages back from workers. For example, the monitoring use of AI is one illustration of this. I would add, it's a final slide, that machine usefulness, well, actually final 2 slides, machine usefulness has been quite useful, forgive the pun, in the past when it was tried. Pioneers of this approach, people like Norbert Wiener, Douglas Engelbart, J.C.R. Licklider, not only articulated sort of an engineering and philosophical framework for thinking about machine usefulness, but for example, Engelbart was at the forefront of inventing some of the most important digital tools that are still used today, hypertext, the mouse, obviously. And there are many other applications today. I can talk about them in Q&A, but the important thing is that's not where the dollars are going. The dollars are going in AI and general intelligence, which is sort of a useless activity at some level, but also a huge amount of data collection, monitoring, and automation-related things. This is not just relevant for US, UK, European workers. It has huge implications for developing world. Another important argument I have tried to make in the past is that AI and general automation technologies are inappropriate technologies for the developing world. They economize on the factors that are abundant in the developing world, leveraging factors that are scarce in those places. So let me conclude. The future of work could be good or bad in the same way that automation could be good or bad. Good automation is high productivity and is complemented by new tasks for labor. It empowers labor rather than disempowering it. But the problem is right now we are going more and more in the bad automation direction. I'll be more than happy in the Q&A to talk about more specific policy ideas that can leverage this better automation, better use of AI for better work aspects. Thank you.
Darren, thanks very much. So thank you for that really nice framing of the issue where there's the potential to bring in AI and automation in a way that's positive, but equally it can be, well, as Darren describes, excessive focus on cost cutting, and that doesn't yield good work. I'm going to pass to Kirsty now.
Fabulous. Happy Burns Night, everybody. I'm here in my tartan. I mean, I do sometimes wear tartan dresses anyway, but I specifically put this one on today. Jim's absolutely right. I'm an MP for Aberdeen. I like to claim the whole city. My colleagues are not so keen on that, but I don't know if anybody's told you that Aberdeen is the centre of the earth. So, I mean, they literally pay me to say that. But I want to talk a bit about Aberdeen. I want to talk a bit about some of the things that we're doing in Aberdeen and you know, how this is relevant. Some of this is relevant because of the transitions that our city has seen. Our city has been at the forefront of technological transition already. Our city is now at the forefront of the next technological transition. We went from somewhere that was heavily reliant on fishing to being somewhere that is the oil and gas capital of Europe. You know, that change happened within our city, and I don't think we did it very well. I don't think we capitalised on it in the way that we could. I don't think we did it in a way that protected workers, that ensured that we had fair work, that ensured that well-being was put at the centre of what we were doing. And there's always the risk that in the next technological transition, as we're moving away from oil and gas, as we're moving into, finding new routes for Aberdeen, finding new homes for all of our incredibly skilled workers, we need to make sure that we do that right as well. We have got the opportunity to plan a transition here in a way that we have never had before. Some of the stuff that happened in the past, with coal mines, for example, there was no planning involved. It just sort of happened, and then some decisions were taken, but there wasn't a kind of plan. This is how it's going to work. These are the steps along the way, and this is what we're going to replace it with. So we've got the opportunity to make plans here. Some of the things that we're doing in Aberdeen, we're working on just transition. And just transition is a phrase that actually came from people that work within the oil and gas industry. And it came, some of the stuff in the working together in the oil and gas industry is really interesting. You've got some people who go offshore to rigs who are, overwhelmingly male, overwhelmingly pretty manly men that are, go out drinking, and not everybody, but, there is a kind of a laddish culture in some of that. You've got these folk in this laddish culture working together with people in Greenpeace to come up with plans for a just transition, to come up with what does this look like? What do our jobs look like? Where do we go? You've got that people with that shared interest that you would never ever have put together in the same box, actually pulling in the same direction here and doing the same work together. And that's how we got the phrase just transition. That's how we got into this situation where what we're thinking about is transitioning away from oil and gas to new technologies, transitioning away from the energy mix that we use, transitioning away to the jobs that are heavily reliant on that. But we want to do it in a just way. We want to do it in a fair way. We want to do it in a way that makes sure that everybody is included in this, and that the societies and the communities that have been impacted or that are going to be impacted have got their say, have got the ability to say, no, this is what works for us, or this isn't what works for us, or this is how we see the future. And one of the things in relation to this is, during the course of the last transition in Aberdeen, during the course of the rise of oil and gas, we went from a city where, people didn't have very much money, right? Nobody really had very much money, to a city of haves and have-nots, to a city where if you work in oil and gas, particularly if you're working in oil and gas in the run-up to 2015, 16, when the oil price crashed, you were making mega bucks, right? You were making lots and lots of money. I know so many people, such a significant proportion of my constituents, where the guy goes off to work offshore and the woman doesn't work. She stays at home and looks after the kids because there's affordability there. They'll be able to afford to do that because the guy is making so much money. I mean, it's a pretty crappy lifestyle, to be honest, because you're offshore, 2 weeks and back on 2 weeks. Now it's 3 and 3. So it's not brilliant. But those choices have been made because people are making incredible salaries. For those people who are not making those incredible salaries, for those people that don't work in the sought-after oil and gas jobs, your rents have been pushed up. Your prices of property has been pushed up. Your prices in shops even has been pushed up. Everything is more expensive. So if you're not on that kind of crest of that wave, you have a worse quality of life. Now, one of my key things about thinking about the just transition is to make sure that we're not just finding jobs for all of these guys in oil and gas. Right? We need to make sure that the just transition is truly just, in that it helps all of our communities. It helps these people that haven't had the opportunity to benefit as a result of oil and gas in Aberdeen. It helps everybody. And we can only do that by listening to the communities. I think that is an absolutely key thing. But we can only do that by doing things in an organisation-wide way for businesses and in a society-wide way. We're not going to make a positive difference in Aberdeen if we switch everybody that's working in an oil and gas company to be working in an energy company, but everybody continues to be on the same pay scales. The cleaners continue to be paid pennies for what they are doing, despite, that doesn't work. You need to level up everybody. Sorry to use that phrase. You need to level up everybody, or it isn't a fair transition. And if we can reduce inequality when we're doing this, then that's great. In terms of levers, I'm aware that I'm kind of
pushing on time. In terms of the levers that we have, I think the interesting thing mentioned about tax was really helpful. You know, I don't think politicians necessarily think about all of the tax implications of everything that they do. They think, right, we can get more tax by doing this. But I don't think generally that the tax system has been capitalised on enough in order to push businesses to do what we want them to do, in order to push them to, for example, invest more heavily in improving the infrastructure in their business, improving all of the tech that they've got, rather than giving dividends to shareholders. You know, we should be incentivising that long-term investment rather than incentivising, you know, a quick win and making a quick buck. In terms of the other stuff around other things that we can do, government has got control over wages. Right, we've got control over the national minimum wage. There is the ability to change that. There is the ability to change terms and conditions. And one of the things that I've been on the APPG for corporate governance, and one of the things that I'm really keen on is to improve transparency in company reporting. Right, we are not, you know, and some of the stuff that we're talking about transitions is worldwide. We have not yet got a situation where a clothing seller in the UK, a retailer that sells clothing in the UK, has to honestly tell you whether or not they are using slave labour, whether they're using child labour in their corporate reporting. There is a measure of corporate reporting, but it's not sufficient. It is not doing the job that it should do in terms of that transparency. And if we want to see that change, if we want to see everybody being levelled up as a result of this transition, we need to make sure that we're thinking in everything that we do and using those levers in everything that we do to try and improve well-being across the board, not just well-being for a select few at the top.
Thank you, Kirsty. So that there's quite a strong theme of inequality coming through and a number of kind of nuances to this, but it's nice to hear your thoughts on specific levers that we may have to work on this. So let's finish the round with John. I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Naomi. Thanks to the Institute for inviting me back. I think it's nice to see some faces from the Commission on the Future of Work, yourself and Chris and Jim and others here. So it's like a kind of a reunion gig, you know. It's quite nice. But I thought I'd just really reflect on some of the things which has already been said from my perspective, which was I was for my last few years. Until I've gone into retirement, was representing trade unions in the OECD countries and trying to look at comparative developments, and came up in the panels we had this morning, particularly in the one on the quality of work. So I was just going to try and reflect now and then, looking forward to discussion on, you know, where does that take us in a policy direction, not just for governments but for institutions and particularly for unions. I mean, I think a starting point, I mean, it's great that we're in the Turing room here, but it was Alan Kay, I think, who won the Turing Prize about 20 years ago, who said that the best way to predict the future is to shape it. And I mean, I think it's exactly that. And I think, you know, Darren's sort of presentation as well is, what are the sort of levers that you can get off a technological trajectory which is has problems into one which starts to look much more, if not exactly a utopia, at least not a dystopia. And I think the good news to some extent is that, I mean, in interfacing with the OECD, which I suppose you could sum up as sort of in the models of capitalism debate, was always trying to say what was the model that was winning at a particular point in time, you know. So in the first job strategies which were produced in the 90s, it's very much let markets rip, and, you know, this will sort it out, and you know, free markets will solve issues. There was a reiteration in 2008, which was really saying, yeah, but market sure, but we've got to have Swedish labour market policies which will kind of help train people and get things to work. The one which came out just as I was retiring, the latest job strategy in 2017-18, was on the future of work, was very much about the quality of work. You know, let's just stop thinking only about the quantitative aspect and think very much about what does a strategy for decent, good work in the future look like, and what are the implications of that down the road. So on a positive note, to the extent that that sets an agenda somewhat, maybe the main challenge here, and I was encouraged by the discussion this morning, is, how do you take that objective, if that is objective, and then get a strategy nationwide in the UK to try to get behind it and develop it. And there's always obviously a danger, as you can pick bits of different models and end up with a German bit or a Swedish bit or so on. But I think there are some lessons of looking abroad and thinking what has worked. So one priority which came out, which we were discussing and has just come up, about the question of change, and Kirsty, you've been discussing that, very pertinently about getting to zero emissions in 2050. But how do you give workers security in the change process? So it's not just an economy where you're going to be put on a rubbish dump. We'll get some more workers in, and maybe you'll get some benefits to cover it, which then you see the destruction of communities behind that. And so the extent to which that is not an issue when I would go to Nordic countries and discuss with Swedish unions, sure, we need more technology, but we have a change council, we can have security councils with tripartite processes which try to identify, A, where the real risks are, and B, how can you deal with that in a strategic way. That's a long, long way. I was old enough to work at the TUC in the 70s and deal with the National Economic Development Corporation and NEDI and so on. Even then, it was not really doing that. But I think that whole process of how you get back to some collective effort between institutions to look at a strategy is important. A second one, we've had a lot of discussion around pay, but again, if most of my former colleagues in British trade unions, if I go and talk to them now about artificial intelligence, they're kind of looking at, how do I get on the picket line at the moment, or how do we get off the picket line more appropriately? But the current cost of living crisis, the UK was one of the 10 of the 4 G20 countries that since 2009 have now average pay, which is lower than it was in 2009. So it's come, the cost of living crisis has come on that. And then when that's pushed, obviously, the differential between different groups, differential between high and low income payers, difference now, as we're seeing in public and private sector, you can see why people are just being pushed over into a real state of crisis. So the question of how to sort of relink pay and deal with that, I think, is a crucial question. Darren referred to the weakening of unions in the States. The IMF actually came out and said they reckoned that 3/4 of the rise in inequality, essentially over the last 30 years, has been due to actually the weakening of institutions, weakening of unions, particularly collective bargaining, to deal with that. So at what point does the UK move to thinking, well, unions are a bit of an embarrassment, let's not talk about it, to say, well, maybe we need a collective bargaining system back in place which can start to link pay and productivity again. It's not terribly radical. Or in those sectors, or for groups of gig workers and elsewhere, it's very hard to organise, there is organising going on, maybe we need to think again about what were the objectives of some of the wages councils and wages boards at one point, which allowed a fair wage to be negotiated on behalf of groups of workers, which structurally are very difficult to get into jobs. I'll move on quickly, but a couple of other points of some of the things which came up. Maybe this is a real big research area for the Institute here, but I think we've got to get inside the black box of the firm and the workplace about technological change and how that happens. I was really struck by some of the knowledge around in the room this morning about looking at job design, work organisation issues against the background of fairly well-known indices of what looks like a good job. I suppose the question is, how do you, in the complexity of technologies like AI being introduced, how do you begin to open up a space for worker voice, negotiation, discussion on the issues which are coming up? And I go back just anecdotally to when I was doing some of the work on these things back in the 80s, doing a study on looking at the Norwegian data shop stewards and the resources they used to have for negotiating technological change. And it was absolutely fascinating going to some of these pulp and paper mills and elsewhere, electricity, utilities and so on, in the dark winter, you know. But you'd meet sometimes, you know, in those days, computer experts who were paid for by the company to actually give advice to the unions how to negotiate the change process that the company was putting on the table. And I said to one of the managers, the senior managers of one of the companies after, well, you know, coming from a UK perspective, I may be not getting this right. So you're paying for somebody to come in and advise the union on how to rubbish your proposals. And he said, yes. I said, well, why do you do it? He said, well, look, we don't have much time. You know, I don't want to be having arguments about issues where there is an easy technological solution or something you can resolve. I want to know where the real conflicts are. So I don't want to be having false arguments, false negotiations. We don't have time for that. Just a little example where I think there are, if there's a different mindset, some win-win opportunities. You can look at facilities for doing that. A couple of other points on opening up, one other point on opening up the firm, and then I'll try to move on. But again, you know, Chris had the idea of how, you know, could you get boards more involved in this and broadening the ESG agenda in investment and so on. And I was sort of involved for many years. I was on the board of the Global Reporting Initiative trying to do a bit of that. But I suppose I'm not sceptical, but I just say at some point you have to have, and some of this stuff is really about power relationships within organisations and where the power comes from. And I was really struck again. I was for a few years on a company which I will stay silent about, but was on their multi-stakeholder account, which was again trying to have a discussion with stakeholders inside and outside the company on managing change. And we were looking, they were primarily around issues of supply chain management and human rights down the supply chain, which was then becoming an issue 10, 15 years ago, still is obviously. But we have this they had this very nice company policy about how they had to interject along the supply chain, ensuring there was no slave labour, there was no, you know, responsible sourcing, et cetera, and respect for local rights and so on. And they were pulling in line managers from different countries around the world. And they all said, look, you know, when I come to headquarters, you know, nobody ever asks me, what are you doing about human rights in this place or that place or that place, or really trying to make sure the workers feel engaged in Sri Lanka or somewhere. They say, you know, you've lost money on this last sort of 6 months project. You know, how are you going to cut costs? And they say then we brought in the company lawyers. They said, well, we advise, you know, our people not to discuss any of this in case we have a class action case in the States against us. You know, so there was this sort of, I'm not sort of denying the company was genuinely trying to have that conversation. Well, we did get pulled into a board meeting when they had an enormous strike about outsourcing, and sort of everything hit the fan. You know, so they were saying, well, you know, we're saying, why didn't you discuss this before, not after? But again, I think some solutions with a different frame of mind which could work. Last point about skills, and a lot of talk, you know, this morning, and Michael Sandel, you know, was also on the commission. I think has some very valid points about, you know, Brexit and education and skills and problems with elites. But I would just sort of finish there by saying, you know, really reinforce that issue about getting away from this elitist, automatically university training education to thinking, and I guess, you know, the people who've done it well have been parts of German industry of basically getting skilled manual, semi-skilled manual workers in the past into using technology and being aware of technology to enhance jobs, producing much better products as well as actually better work situation, and then linking that to a collective bargaining system which recognises those work-based skills and knowledge. And I think the danger of hire and fire, you know, get rid of this lot of workers, get some outside expertise in, fix the problem through a technological solution. I would say it's the only part of Britain's productivity problem which is missing. There's been a lot talked as well this morning about investment, but I think it's certainly part of that. So getting that soft technology, soft investment into the picture. And I just finish on what Kirsty was saying. It's great you mentioning transition and climate change, because, you know, we've had one big shock from the pandemic where lots of things have happened very quickly. If we want to be optimistic, you know, with the energy price changes and now, zero carbon, we're having another massive shock which is taking place and probably necessary to shift to different forms of production and energy use. And doing that without thinking, workers leave their brains behind when they come into the plant in the morning, I think is a recipe for disaster. We have to engage and actually involve those voices in this process in a really serious way.
Thank you, John. And so there's some quite practical thoughts on things we could do, including collective bargaining, which I would absolutely have expected from you, but a number of other things around the just transition.
I don't totally agree with that.
So thank you for that. I'm going to throw a question back to Darren. There's a lot of questions on Slido. Do vote for the ones you like the most, because it makes it easier for me to pick them. But just first of all, Darren, I wanted to ask you, Kirsty mentioned a couple of levers, policy levers, including sort of tax policies for the long term, as well as transparency in company reporting. I just wondered what your thoughts were on levers that could be pulled to get the right kind of automation in and to keep companies honest.
Well, thank you, Naomi, and thanks, Christy and John, for those excellent remarks that I see as very complimentary. So let me give that a multi-layered answer.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Darren. Could we have Darren's picture on screen, please? We like to see you. You understand. Do carry on. I'm optimistic you'll appear at some point. We can hear you anyway.
He's now on the beach.
All right. Yeah, I was just putting my pajamas on. So I think if I am, my work with Pasquale Restrepo and others' work on this is right, that automation and technology is an important part of both the inequality puzzle and also part of a helper for creating a better future of work, then we have to find ways of involving a broader part of society in technology choices. Just a few companies and a few engineers and business people with the same background, the same vision, controlling the future of technology is very dystopic. But how do you do that? I think that is a very, very important part of the conversation. I don't know what's the best way of doing it. Certainly the labor movement has to play a role. Democratic processes have to play a role. A more diverse and ethical approach towards AI and digital technologies within the research and academic community has to play a role. But all of these are more like pie in the sky than reality. Then there are more sort of practical policies that we can adopt. But I see them as complements, not as substitutes to getting a broader society-based approach to technology. And the reason for that is because if all we try to do is delegate some bureaucrats in the government to try to fix the direction of technology, that's another recipe for disaster. So, but I think practically, we can start by leveling the playing field in the taxation of capital and labor. There are some arguments in economics that low taxes on capital are desirable. I do think those are generally based on faulty reasoning. There is a debate on this, but I think the way that capital and labor are treated in many Western European nations, and especially in the US, is very jarring and has to be sort of changed. I also think there are reasons for thinking that the government can play a more proactive role in encouraging technologies that are more worker friendly. Some of that can take the form of regulations, for example, workplace regulation, what extent of monitoring and other sort of technologically motivated uses of employer power are allowed and are not allowed. And some of it may take place at the more R&D level, sort of ways of encouraging better, more worker complementary uses of technology. I think the labor movement has to play a very important role in supporting these. But differently from John, perhaps, I think that needs to be a very different labor movement than what we had in the past, in the US and the UK, I think. I agree wholeheartedly with John that the German and the Swedish cases are more hopeful. But I think what they achieve is via more sectoral agreements and more workplace-based communication. And I think that's been very difficult to achieve in the US. There's some very fascinating but depressing research showing the extent of conflictual relations between employers and employees, managers and employees in the US. And the problem is much of that union movement was sort of centered on manufacturing. So expanding it to the non-manufacturing sector, I think, may require new organizational forms. I think those are some of the very important questions that we have to explore. I don't have the answers, but I think, a few snippets are very helpful. Exactly like John said, German companies have sometimes been very good at using technology to empower workers, and work councils have played a role, but it's not uniform. And there are a lot of challenges, I think, in exporting that model to the US or the UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. If you see me using my phone, I'm not texting my mum. I'm using Slido, just so you know.
Your mum should be devastated that you're not texting her.
I'll take a photo for her in a minute. The top question is, and it follows on from what Darren was saying, actually, is to John. What are your thoughts on how the trade unions need to evolve to respond to the kinds of things that Darren was saying, a kind of different model from what we've seen in the past for the kind of non-manufacturing or even gig worker sector?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's experimentation going on quite a lot. Some is that from below, I mean, including, in the States with organisations of beginning to form up of gig workers themselves here. I think it's very difficult to, when you've got, I won't say it's easy, but it's obviously easier to organise large plants, large numbers of workers in the same area. You negotiate with an employer, you get a procedure agreement which gives you certain rights and so on. And clearly, part of the collapse of that model since the 80s is that structural change. Part of it was also the fact that, along with the rise in inequality, there was a deliberate government policy in several countries, including the United States and the UK, to say, let's just break all this up, let's get rid of unions, and so hence you end up with the mishmash that you have in the private sector now. I think the question now, and today it's quite interesting in the UK. There's the first strike of an Amazon warehouse, in the UK, which, for the sort of epitome of surveillance capitalism, I think is quite a good sign. The workers basically said, "Okay, that's enough," and that's supported by the unions to do. But the issue becomes how do you size up new forms of organising in different areas? You've got small groups of workers into something which fits into something which has an economy-wide impact. And there may be some sectors where you've just got to take a type of works council model there, but you have to have the broader growth in it. I mean, I think there are some lessons back in the 60s and 70s. The growth of white-collar unions in the UK was a major source of growth. Now, obviously, mass unionisation is very much concentrated in the public sector. We're seeing that, to some extent, that reaction now of some very real industrial issues. But I think that question of experimentation, seeing what works, is important. But I suppose the basic point, it's very hard to gross that up into, let's say, high coverage rates of collective bargaining, without also a top-down approach that becomes seen by institutions, by governments, by employers, that this is something which is desirable and probably useful in the term. So I think that, if you like, ideological battle in some ways of, where is power and does it make more sense to try to sort of do deals and get something which works in the long term, is still something, particularly in the UK, which has to be one.
Thank you.
I mean, we pretty much need a different government. I mean, I'm allowed to say that, but that's what it comes down to. There needs to be a situation where the government is willing to.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think France, France O'Grady and Richie Sunak cooperated on the, the whole of the COVID issues. So, theoretically, in the current situation in the UK, you could imagine trying to do a deal, get these things fixed, then work onto a positive agenda in the longer term would be sensible. But whether a large part of the support in Parliament from the current government would want to go in that direction, I doubt. So, yeah.
So, Kirsty, there's something there are two things I wanted to ask you. One was reflecting on something Darren said about sort of practical policies being great, but we need to find a way of kind of getting society engaged as well. And so I'm interested, just from the story you told about Aberdeen specifically, where it sounds like you did that. I'm interested in kind of your thoughts on that. And then more broadly, how you think we can translate what sounds like a really great activity in Aberdeen to the wider UK, or whether you think it always has to be a kind of local initiative.
So in terms of the kind of engagement, this is the biggest issue for Aberdeen, right? In fact, climate change is the biggest issue for the entire world, but how it specifically impacts us and our workers in the city is the key thing that an awful lot of people are thinking about. We've done things like, a huge amount of it has been done by third sector organisations, a huge amount of it has been done by think tanks, by the Just Transition Commission, which was appointed by the Scottish Government, a huge amount of it has been done by that. We've done things like citizens' panels. We've got out there and we've spoken to people and actually, said, what do you think? How do you think this is going to work? And come back with the results of that. We've done participatory budgeting, and a huge amount of the kind of some of the Just Transition money that's been allocated locally has been done on a basis of participatory budgeting. So what do you guys think we should spend this money on? These are the bids that we have. Which do you think are the best ones to go forward? Some of that is harnessing actually the power of the amount of people that started volunteering and things during the course of the pandemic. We need to not lose that. We need to have, because people were able to do so many cool things, so many helpful things during the course of the pandemic. We need to not suddenly wrap that all up in red tape and say, no, you can't do that. Sorry, your enthusiasm can just go back in its box now. So we need to make sure that we're harnessing that as well. In terms of translating it up, in terms of making that a wider thing, we need to be serious about it, and we need to demonstrate progress. We need to demonstrate that we can make a difference. So, and this is going to sound completely irrelevant for a slight moment. I was a looked after children's champion in Aberdeen years and years ago, and we'd looked after children come to us and talk to us about some of the issues that they saw. And one of the things that they asked for was better Wi-Fi, right, in the place that they were living, and that is like a really, really reasonable ask. And we hit all of these barriers with BT or whoever it was that were unwilling to do it. But the kids didn't want to speak to us anymore, right? Because we had said, yeah, that should be fairly easy to sort, and we'd failed to sort it. We hadn't demonstrated actually that we would follow through. So what was the point in them engaging? What was the point in them getting involved and coming to us with ideas? So not just in a kind of UK-wide basis, but within companies and businesses, we need to make sure that that's being demonstrated, that those changes are being made, particularly when it's something that's small and easy to do, right? Just do it. And then, you're more likely to have people come forward with what they want to do. But we need to listen. We need to make sure that government is listening. We need to make sure that you guys who are experts, who know what you're talking about, are able to go in and speak to government, are able for people to hear your voices and see your research and actually take action on that. So I think we need to, at this moment, put our money where our mouth is, if you like. No point in just talking the talk. We need to walk the walk now.
Thank you. That's pretty compelling. And I'm going to take the next most popular question, which is a nice, straightforward one. And Darren, I'm going to ask you this, which is, how do we promote good automation? And you presented some totally compelling data and slides on why good automation made sense. So from where you're sitting, how do we actually, it seems like, how do we get that to trickle down? That was another one of the questions. How do we get that to make the obvious conclusion?
Yeah, I think, in the past, when you had better outcomes for labor from technology, there were some technical and social preconditions for it. Technical preconditions is that it's not just automation. I think automation has been going on for at least 250 years and will continue to go on, but it needs to be complemented with other things that make better use of labor. And chief among them is creating new tasks. if you look at some of the iconic technologies of the 20th century that were useful for labor, they involved creating new tasks in factories or in offices that then boosted employment and wages. Where did these come from? They came from, first, scientific and engineering knowledge being used appropriately. That requires more investment, especially by public authorities, to sort of encourage sort of broader research agenda. Most companies that are established are not always at the forefront of introducing the new tasks because they are quite often coupled with new products and new approaches. So that public support for R&D, research, science is important, and it's been declining in all around. Often, when there is a need for making better use of labor, it's been quite central. So if you look at 19th century US, for example, a major driver of this type of technological change was a belief that skilled labor was scarce, and then employers had to make better use of unskilled labor in order to increase its productivity. Trade unions played an important role when sometimes they messed it up, but there are iconic cases in which trade unions were at the forefront of encouraging companies to use new technologies to introduce new functions for workers, pay at high rates, train workers. So a lot of the battles, for example, between United Auto Workers and GM and Ford in the 1950s were about, how you're going to use the new technologies, whether you're going to offer training programs for workers. And I think there's also a general attitudinal issue of management. So if management sees labor as a pure cost to be cut, that creates a very strong tendency for automation. For many companies, labor is 50%, 60% of their costs. And if, your priority is to cut costs and you see labor as the most sort of avoidable part of that total cost bundle, okay, go for it. You automate. And that's been, what many managers have heard from their courses in business schools: make lean corporations, look after the interests of shareholders. So it's been sort of a feedback cycle. But I think successful companies are those that see their workers as resources, not as costs. And if you see them as key resources, then you have better incentives for trying to make that resource work better, improve its productivity, improve its knowledge, improve its autonomy. And unfortunately, again, some of the recent research I've done shows that many companies, especially in an environment in which shareholder values, emphasis on cost cutting, often that coming from business schools, that's dominant. They've gone exactly in the wrong direction. They've gone exactly in the opposite direction. They don't pay high wages. They in fact cut wages to their workers without much productivity improvements. So we need a more systemic change about how we're going to achieve this, and that's why very much along what Christy was talking about as well, getting input from society at large is a very important part of the issue.
Thank you very much. And I know there's questions in the room and a zillion questions still online, but I'm under strict instructions to get this session finished on time. So in fact, I am going to wind us up slightly later than promised. But thank you very much to the panel, to Darren, to Kirsty and to John. And thank you all for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Darren. Darren, very good to see you. Lots of questions we all want to be able to carry on asking. For those of you familiar with parliamentarians, they are a sort of movable feast, and it could be, but I'm not going to confirm or deny that. But we've decided that you're all actually desperate for coffee and tea.
We could go on talking,
and so we are going to, rather than carry on talking in here, we're going to ask people to carry on talking to each other. I could say to you right now, turn to someone you don't know look around the room, look someone in the eye that you don't know, and make a point of going and talking to them over the next 45 minutes while we have an extended, well, it's the same amount of time we're always going to have, networking break to drink tea and coffee and generally have more one-to-one wisdom. And then we will come back and, subject to votes in the House of Commons, we may hear from Matt Warman. If not, we will go straight to the Chris fireside chat. Thank you.
Okay. You see this elusive coffee.
kind of introverts networking break. But it's very important to be flexible in these events, and happily we now have Matt, but we only have Matt for half an hour. So the sensible thing was to tap into his wisdom now, and then you can resume your networking afterwards, because we know how important it is. I just heard the golden conversation, two people walking in saying, oh, I need your email address. Yeah, this is good. This implies that good networking is taking place. Matt Warman is the Member of Parliament for Boston and Skegness. He has had more than one iteration as a digital minister in DCMS. He is poised to join me as a co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group on the future of work, subject to a slightly tokenistic democratic process within the group. He's got great insight, not only having been a minister and a parliamentarian and done some work for the last Prime Minister, but one on the future of work, but also as a journalist for the Daily Telegraph around this whole territory of the digital world. I'm looking forward to the conversation that Anna and Matt's going to have. And I will apologise that at about 3:45, I've got to disappear for the rest of the day to go and vote on genetic technology and animals in the House of Lords, which is my privilege. But I've really enjoyed the day and the role in hosting you. But over to you, Anna, for the rest of the day and with Matt.
Thank you very much, Jim. And thank you, Matt, for keeping us on our toes and for coming here. We first met on a Tech UK panel about AI, and you beat me to the goalpost talking about equality in AI. And we've been in touch since. Can you tell me about your own journey, first of all, us about your own journey from technology journalist to member of the Science and Technology Committee to minister at DCMS?
Yeah, so the very short version of this is journalists spend... journalism was obviously an important public good in itself, but I got frustrated that I was, in particular at the Telegraph, writing about broadband and social media and how it was changing the world, and I was sort of saying, this is really important, it's really important, what I'm going to do about it is write about it again tomorrow. And that didn't feel like it was really upping the ante. So in the way that parliamentarians sometimes foolishly think, well, actually, maybe I would make more of an impact on the pitch than next to it. And usually, being that sort of round peg in a round hole is what rules you out of being the minister for that kind of area, because governments don't always think that they want people who think they know what they're talking about. But I was an unusual appointment. There have been others under Theresa May and under Boris Johnson where they very explicitly tried to put people who had, in my case, technology background, in other cases, a medical background, into, respectively, the digital department, health, that sort of thing. So having spent the best part of a decade writing about largely broadband policy, I then found myself in charge of broadband policy, which was eye-opening, but actually did genuinely give me the opportunity to put a lot of that into practice. What's been nice about watching the development of that under subsequent ministers and then briefly back in under the Boris interim regime is that, on the one hand, the policies that we had put in place have the pros and cons that we had foreseen, but they are broadly going in the direction that we wanted. So it is broadband in particular is a huge success story, largely down to the private sector. But prior to the Boris interim regime, then I was doing a review on the future of work at the request of the Prime Minister, largely because he was really conscious that there is a huge shift, partly accelerated by COVID, but to some extent that was simply happening anyway. And it's one of those areas where government needs to be more joined up than it typically is. And so that was a huge opportunity to work primarily with the Treasury at the time, but also with other government departments, and to say, how do we sort of try and break this down into something that's manageable, but also how do we try and actually make a policy intervention that would make those sorts of shifts that we've seen post-COVID work more broadly. That was really interesting, but was somewhat interrupted by coming back into government, and now obviously is being taken on by different parts of the government in different ways.
That was, in fact, going to be our next question about the review, as you would have anticipated. Was there a particular trigger for the review at that time? Why the future of work was identified as a focus area for government?
So when I left government, there was a real interest in what does the future of AI in particular look like, partly in sort of what is it going to do. There was an interest from various bits of government. Say, look, the cliche says AI destroys jobs. The other cliche says every industrial revolution creates more jobs than it destroys. How do you fit those two together, and what might be a sensible way to take that forward? And they asked me to look at that. I said I would love to. That would be interesting, but if you do that, you're looking at the tip of the iceberg, that actually AI is a small part of a jigsaw, or a big part of a large jigsaw, and it would be daft not to look at other aspects of it as well. So I think it was a genuinely collaborative process that turned in, rather than a sort of how does AI fit into the future of work, what does the future of work more broadly look like? So I thought it was surprising and positive that the government was interested in doing it, but as I say, slightly frustrating that I got to do phase 1 but not phase 2. So the APPG, as Jim mentioned, in some ways is an opportunity to carry on some of that work as well.
Fantastic, and yes, and we'll come back to that and to those areas in a bit more detail. But first, is there sort of bigger picture? Is there any way? How do we keep up the momentum? It was a milestone in a way, kicking the review off. Are we able to help with that?
Yeah, I think what's been really positive, talking to Mel Stride at DWP, talking to the Chancellor, they're really keen to grab various aspects of this problem and try and work out what could be done both quickly and in the longer term. So I think the way government looks at it is that there is this immediate problem of particularly the over 50s that have left the workforce during COVID and haven't come back. What does that mean? What does that look like? That's why there is a particular piece of work going on that. But there's there's an interest in the longer trend of what does greater working from home look like? What does the changing nature of the high street look like? Because obviously people spend less time going shopping in the conventional sense, but there's still huge appetite from local people to keep their local town centres alive, that sort of thing. So there's several different bits and pieces. And then underlying all of that, there's obviously the how do you have the skills that are fit for, that make the workforce fit for that new future.
That's fantastic, thank you. And so you identified in a long letter to the Prime Minister in September the 4 areas, which are very close actually to the areas that we're covering in the Pissarides review, and that we've been talking about for most of the day. So it would be great perhaps to structure our conversation a little bit around those areas, starting with AI and automation. There's so much store put in AI by the government and by everybody. And so much talk about the opportunities. What you've begun to talk about is thinking about both opportunities and risks, and thinking about how, I guess, we can incentivise and encourage good automation, which is something we've been hearing about through the day. So, in your view, can you tell us a bit more about what you see as the from a policymaker perspective, main opportunities, main risks, and how we can begin to bring those together?
Yeah, so I think there's 2 sides to it. There's one, what does the government need to do to make sure that the workforce is able both to use whatever AI might, whatever that sort of form it might take, and also be involved in building it, right? There is a big opportunity in that plays to a lot of British strengths, but to sort of take a step back, I think the conversation has moved a long way on from AI will take away our jobs in sort of every single sector, but it has also as people, I think, understand more and more that it will augment, in large part, at least initially, it will augment existing jobs. It's the sort of analogy of it's like cruise control kind of thing for has helped driving. It hasn't replaced drivers, if that makes sense. What do you then need to do to equip workforces for that change? Because we know that SMEs in particular say that they are the most nervous about the impact of AI. They say that they feel the least equipped to deal with it, and they also say that they are least able to embrace it. So all those three things, I think, present a big responsibility for the government to try and do something around that. But more than anything else, it's about, I think, saying that this is not something that is going to simply start at the, for want of a better word, lowest skilled jobs and make a big impact there and work its way up the chain. It's something that's going to have a very different impact. And actually, in some ways, if you look in a constituency like mine, there isn't much sign of AI immediately taking away a whole load of agricultural jobs or a whole load of hospitality jobs or that sort of thing, or even having much of an impact at all in the short term. Whereas there are other parts of the economy where, when I was Minister for AI, for instance, then you're talking to the legal industry, you're talking to the NHS, you're talking to a whole host of much more white-collar, to use a slightly lazy shorthand, professions where they are much more engaged with it and where the opportunities are much more immediate.
In a sense, so we've got to perhaps expand the conversation, pulling together those, I guess, different threads to thinking, through the investment cycle, through the technology cycle, through the kind of this pipeline of job creation almost, and then getting people into the jobs of the future. Is that what you're speaking to?
Yes, exactly. And I think a lot of it is also about trying to what government was interested in doing and is still very much interested in doing is saying where are the opportunities where the gains are most immediate, but also where are the opportunities where where are the areas where the effects are most profound, and how do you try and ride those two related but separate horses to best effect.
Yeah, and the big question perhaps being how can we help technology or encourage technology to augment human capabilities and create better jobs and better quality jobs, which is something we've heard a lot of today. So the next topic of your review, AI regulation. We're keeping workers' rights for a rainy day. It's a treat for another occasion. But I would like to talk to you about it, big picture, if that's all right, on AI regulation, how we begin to capture what you've talked about in regulation, and thinking about development of the AI strategy as it is and how it needs to be kept under review, and looking perhaps to the next stage of that.
Well, and again, there were sort of two guiding principles, and the first is that if you are using the obvious example is where people are increasingly using AI in HR, in employment, and trying to use it to manage their workforce. That doesn't change the fact that you've still got the principles that are there in the Employment Act. You've still got all the discrimination stuff that is already well embedded in legislation and established over decades. Just because it's being done via AI, you don't need a whole set of new principles. You need to make sure that they are properly applied in the first place. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. But what you do need to do is identify where the genuinely new issues are and where the gaps are in the existing law, and that means hopefully you can have much more targeted interventions rather than saying we need to regulate AI as a whole, imagining that it does fundamentally new and different things when, as you say, it is in large part going to simply be a tool. Now that is there is an argument to say, well, you should just be doing AI for regulatory purposes, and the EU has taken a slightly different attitude in some ways. But I think if you fundamentally start from the principle that this is a tool that is augmenting what's going on already, then you broadly should be saying, well, where are your new problems, rather than trying to say, rather than buying the excuse, if you like, that often comes from the technology industry that says, oh, you can't treat, the argument, for instance, that you can't treat Uber like a cab company, you can't, it's fundamentally new and different, you can't regulate discrimination on Facebook in the way that you might previously. And actually, when the courts have looked at it eventually, they've always found, well, actually, we've got guiding principles, there might be some gaps, but we do have to apply those pre-existing things. And that seems to me to be much safer ground than to be starting with a blank sheet of paper and imagining the world has been reinvented overnight.
And it may be that we need more information, more evidence about the impacts, and keep it under review, and test that under review as the AI strategy recognises.
Exactly.
So leaping back to work, what do you think that putting the spotlight on work might do? What might it tell us, perhaps, about those risks and opportunities in a sharper way?
Well, I think when we started to look at what does that changing nature of work look like, we were at the time doing it very much with a COVID perspective, sort of what's changed, what's happened, what do we need to do differently. That's not the sole story, of course it's not, but the starting point was, if you've got people whose jobs have changed in where they're doing them, how they're doing them, what collaboration looks like, then they need different skills, they need a different approach, and local government might need a different approach to their own high streets, which is why we looked at place as well. So I think it's about joining the dots more than anything else.
I guess some work, in fact, other programmes, as well as in the review, suggest that the earlier the better. The earlier you start thinking about impacts on work and the risks, and the benefits, potential benefits, the better. Does that suggest, in terms of the sort of regulation, that there might be some benefit in a more of a sort of preemptive approach to thinking about that and responding to that?
So yes and no is the short answer. I think government has always been very nervous about trying to predict the future in such a way that you then end up with a bit of legislation, and it doesn't have to be legislation, but if you think of legislation as one of the tools, you then end up saying, okay, we've got this bit of legislation that we did last year, the world has moved on in a way that we didn't predict, we need a new bit of legislation. So every year you come back and have to redo something. What we were trying to do was to say, what are the principles that might be those that could govern a relatively early intervention kind of approach, and that meant, as I say, everything on one level comes back to skills, but it also comes back to, if you're going to have regulation of AI, it should be principles based rather than technology based. If you're going to have, if you're going to make an intervention into workers' rights, it should be principles based rather than working on what technology has suddenly shifted.
I guess there is another issue, which is the AI strategy, of course, doesn't deal specifically with work, but might there be, given the huge effects and impacts sort of across work and the labour market, might there be some merit in having a sort of parallel strategy or plan on work?
So I think there needs to be an understanding that, for instance, the AI strategy inevitably cuts across into all of those areas that we sort of lump as work. What I think you can't necessarily start doing is saying we're going to have a work strategy and an AI strategy, and so you end up with 1,000 reports that never get read, of which I was very conscious that mine could well have become one. But what you don't want to do, I think, is get to something that is so granular and detailed that it has lost those principles that we were talking about a minute ago.
So moving on to another area then, I must keep an eye on the clock because there have been some fantastic questions and we want to get to those before in our slot. But thinking next about place. what did you, in the course of your review, and you travelled around the country and you spoke to a lot of people, what did you find out, and where did you sort of position thinking about place in the context of...
Play, we tried to find some better word, a better word than place, and failed completely. But what we were trying to get into, and again it was to some extent post-COVID, but it wasn't entirely. What we were trying to get into was what has shifted around the COVID landscape that saw far more people working closer to home for at least part of the week. So massively shifted commuting, but also exaggerated the trends of ultimately the high street is not full of shops anymore. What does that look like? And so, some of that was about saying to government, you've got some levers yourself. If you're going to build a NHS diagnostic hub, as they are building lots of around the country, the one approach was to put it on a business park on the outside of town because there's loads of parking and it tends to be a new building and blah, 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 blah. The separate approach is to say, well, hang on, what can you do? Is that not a lever you can pull to get greater footfall into the town centre, to try and make some of that work, to, in the process, maybe make some of those town centres more accessible, rather than use it as an excuse to say, well, actually, we don't have parking, they're not accessible buildings, that sort of thing. How can you try and join up some of those dots? And also, what might you do? So one idea that we talked about in some form or other is there are certain kinds of things that we effectively subsidise on the high street. So, for instance, charity shops get a better deal. Why are we not doing that for instance, non-profit co-working spaces? That sort of thing. Although the counter-argument, of course, is actually we want there are lots of profitable co-working spaces, whether they're literally co-working spaces or whether they're just your local cafe kind of thing. So what's government's role in trying to shape the future of the high street in a way that makes it sustainable, rather than looking at what we've got now, where there are lots and lots, especially of small towns, especially outside the southeast, where there is simply not an obvious sustainable path.
And shaping the future is the best way of predicting it.
Yes.
Yes. The first question, what is your view on how government might support unemployed people into the jobs of the future?
So one of the things we were really conscious of was that there is a big opportunity here to try and tackle some of those things that are behind long-term unemployment, whether that is caring, whether that's disability, whether that's simply those sort of the longer-term unemployed and the issues around that. And not all of that is around technology, of course it's not, but where you've got some really good case studies, for instance, of remote work using so one of the obvious ones that's been used quite a lot is a call centre that specifically employed people who had sight impairment and various things around that. Now, the fact that the person they were talking to on the other end of the phone had no idea about this, and actually it didn't really require huge adaptation from the employer, it's an opportunity that was seized by them because they couldn't actually get the workforce in the first place. How do you try and mainstream that, to use the sort of terrible jargon? So there is a big opportunity, I think, around looking at what's the interface between workers' rights, long-term unemployment, disability, discrimination, those sorts of things. Now, on the other hand, there is a separate issue where at the moment we have an employment crisis rather than an unemployment crisis. So those are different questions that have where the ground has slightly shifted since I started doing that work anyway.
Thank you. Fantastic. We won't do this in any detail because we're going to have a session on workers' rights later on in the year. But as almost as a yes/no, should the AI strategy consider workers' rights?
I mean, yes is the short answer from my point of view. But I think that's not. It is. You can have a yes/no answer without necessarily having a black and white approach that says, well, there is no nuance to this. Of course, there has to be some nuance to it.
And I think we've got time for at least one more question, I'm being told. How do you see the government ensuring that technology promotes increased wages among those at the bottom of the pay ladder? A big one.
Yeah, so I think in some ways this is the whole point of the skills conversation, right? Is to say if you're going to equip people with those skills that put them in line for higher value jobs, you are going to try and crack some of this. Now, at the moment, in some ways, there is a real problem that you've got large chunks of the economy that are built on an abundance of low or unskilled labour, and those are not necessarily the bits that are being automated out of existence, partly because it's more expensive to, in some ways, to do that automation than it is to invest in, than it is to simply pay people those low rates. Now, actually, I think we are seeing huge societal and economic pressure that is pushing those wages up, which in itself is incentivising greater automation and greater use of AI and all that. So I don't want to sound complacent and say, oh, it's just going to solve itself. But I think it absolutely has to come back to the government investing in skills, and therefore also saying we've got a workforce that is available for much higher, much more productive work out there. And of course, on the other side of it, whether it's the super deduction or whatever comes after it, incentivising investment in the new technologies that mean that people are able to do those higher value jobs.
And that's as good, thank you very much, that's as good as a place as any to move downstairs, and all the other questions that we're burning to ask people can do over coffee. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
I'm going to kick off because I don't want to run late at the end.
I hope it's not personal. There's so many people missing.
We'll expect a bit of coming and going at the start. My name's Isabel Berwick. I work at the Financial Times. I host a podcast called Working It about the modern workplace. And I am delighted to be rounding off the conference by talking to Sir Christopher Pissarides, Regius Professor of Economics at LSE and co-founder of the Institute for the Future of Work. Chris, it's just a pleasure to be here. And thank you all for staying to the end of the day. It's what we're going to talk about is fascinating. So I wanted to start with a kind of broad brush question. Chris, could you outline the frame of reference for your review and how do you feel it's going?
Now, the answer to the second part is very well. Thank you very much for asking. the frame really is about the future of work, and we took our lead from the Commission on the Future of Work that was done through Parliament about 4 years ago, maybe now, where there were obviously we saw concerns about what's happening to work with these new automation technologies coming along, robotics, artificial intelligence, and more generally the structural changes that are taking place in the economy, the technological ones. Now, of course, structural changes in any economy have been taking place since the end of agriculture as the employer of 70-80% of the population. And of course, Britain was a leader on the first industrial revolution. And it was always my view that there are more similarities between these different industrial revolutions than differences. Of course, that was a different view taken by many, the World Economic Forum more than anything, because I think the name Fourth Industrial Revolution is due to them. They were saying now it's completely different. I don't know if you've seen the books, the couple of books by Klaus Schwartz, for example. I don't really agree to those extreme interpretations, but anyway, we agree that given the evidence we collected during the Commission on the Future of Work, there were a lot of things there to investigate further, especially if they apply to the UK. There is the regional dimension, for example, what's happening to London and what's happening to the rest of the country. There is the actual question of where are we going with automation technologies, what's happening to Britain with the much reduced manufacturing sector and services. What do we need to do with education, upskilling? There is a myriad of questions that can be asked, and we set it up, and that's what we've been asking since then. And we're fortunate. Where is? Mark is not here anymore. I guess he heard me enough times. Fortunate to get this funding from the Nuffield Foundation with a 3-year project to investigate that. Now, one final comment about where it's going. The emphasis that I like putting here, because you might say, well, many people are talking now about the future of work, and now, of course, we were there along at the beginning, but you might say it's in the time you moved on, kind of thing. But I believe that we do have a niche. We have moved on, and that's the well-being part, which I think the well-being is. It's also sort of fairly new area in economics, although there have been at least 1.5 Nobel Prizes actually given to it, so maybe it's not that new. The whole economics of happiness and subjective well-being. But that's the emphasis. I do believe strongly that work should make people happy. They should feel good about their work, and that's what we're trying to find out, how to achieve that.
So in terms of the measures of well-being, is that essentially what it is at heart? How happy are people? Are they in their work?
Yes. I believe that the best measure of well-being is subjective. Is how satisfied you feel about your job or about your life in general. That's well-being. I wish we were Aristotelian in that, because of course Aristotle was the first person to talk about ethics generally, but I think his view, as as my colleague Richard Laird, it's the first time I'm mentioning him, but he deserves it. He's been such an influence of my life. It's shame on me because, of course, you know, he had the real classical education. He went to Eton and Cambridge, whereas I had the kind of classical education taught in Greek schools. Because that's where
the original,
the original classical. We pronounce it in different. We pronounce it the right way. That's the difference, you know. But of course, Aristotle's ultimate well-being, which he called eudaimonia, eudaimonia in Greek, was that you should do is the public good. It's not just you should feel happiest when you are doing something for the public good.
Is it sort of that idea of something bigger than us?
Yes, exactly, yeah. I wish we reached the point where we feel that, or at least employers feel that they're doing something, they're providing jobs for the public good, for society as a whole, and that's what makes it. That's what would make a CEO happy if they provide jobs that would be good for society as a whole. And maybe we should give them nice translations of Aristotle's Nicomedean ethics.
We could get eudaimonia trending on LinkedIn.
Yes.
That would be helpful. And we haven't touched on productivity, and we hear a lot about improving productivity. I think not a day goes by in the Financial Times without some desperate story about British productivity, lack of. Do you think that is the right priority? And what's
Actually, you're lucky you are not here this morning, because I was very critical of those who write about productivity as being number one and nothing else.
Not me.
Although I would never criticize the Financial Times, of course. It's my source of information on these things. No, I was critical, but you know, I mean, I don't know how many of you paid attention actually throughout the day, but my colleague and friend John van Reenen provided the opposing view, which is, you know, that the way people say that, you know, put two economies together and you're going to get three views, and the third one is Keynes's. I mean, I do think that productivity is important actually. I mean, I exaggerated a little bit by saying that it's not nearly as important as well-being, because when there are so many people interested in productivity, and you know, I mean, I'm a member of the productivity commission run from the National Institute of Economic Research, for example. We're in the process of collecting evidence now, but productivity, it's what John was saying earlier today, that productivity growth is important because we can improve our standard of living. But what he didn't say, and what I was emphasizing this morning, is that we can improve it financially. You know, we'll have more money to spend in relation to what's available for us to buy. You know, our purchasing power will be higher. But I think there is much more to life satisfaction once you exceed the threshold where you only worry about food. You know, animal, like if you watch. I'm fortunate to have a study with a window overlooking a park, and I watch the squirrels. All they do is eat. Take things underground, up in the trees and things. Well, once we're past that stage, I suspect in a few million years maybe squirrels will pass that stage too. then to improve our life satisfaction, I think we improve it more at the margin. You know, the marginal contribution to life satisfaction, if you like, it's on things other about the quality of life, you know, and how much dignity we get, how much satisfaction we get because we've achieved something. I mean, we're by nature creative animals. How much creativity do we exercise? Do we have any, you know, I mean, you have a good conversation with someone and you leave and you feel so happy that it opens so many horizons, so many new things to think about life, about the origin of the universe, about all kinds of things, you know. And all those things do not depend on productivity. You know, they depend on small things that our employer might give us. I'm fortunate to have a wonderful employer in the London School of Economics, and it's various directors where they give you complete freedom to be as creative as you want in any area you want, provided, of course, you perform your basic things that you have to perform to be a good teacher and good communicator of ideas to your students, who, to a very large extent, pay for you to be there. And that's why I think that we're exaggerating, putting all that emphasis on productivity. Now, of course, there's another aspect in the international economy that maybe we should be taking into account, which is sort of competition across nations, if you like. You know, like we're always talking about our competitors, meaning United States, Germany, China, or whatever. And if they are growing faster than you, productivity-wise, they're going to do better than you, and in creative matters, in international trade relations and all that. And I mean, from that point of view, it's important. It's something that's never attracted my attention, actually. I mean, you say Greek national. I know Greece will always be at the bottom of whatever ranked countries when it comes to economic competitiveness. So it doesn't worry me. We're still happy.
And we just touched on engagement there and happiness.
Yeah.
Does that feed into? Is that a more better measure? You know, happy employees and engaged employees work harder. I mean, is that really the way you would look at it?
Yes. They work harder. But harder in the sense of not necessarily more hours of work, although it might be, but in a more creative way, and paying a lot more attention to what they can do to improve the performance of the company, because they feel part of the company. They feel themselves that they are stakeholders in a company when the job is good and when they're given more autonomy and better interaction with their managers. Now, it's very difficult to do in practice, as something I recently read from the CBI explained. You know, but it's easier said than done. I think actually, as a start, information flow is important. It's to be informed of what's going on. If you're not well informed, then you feel out of it, and then you don't care as much, and then it's a lot more difficult to feel that you are in a good job where you're appreciated and all that, because you're not even told what's going on.
So really just basic communication might be a massive lever in terms of good work.
Yeah, so the role of comms people is extremely important.
There's probably comms people here.
But he's not listening to us.
So, to talk about autonomy, I wanted to talk a bit about robots and AI. You know, before the pandemic, all the articles were about the robots coming for our jobs. Then it kind of stopped, and now I noticed it's kicked off again with all this generative AI.
Yes.
I mean, what's the reality? What do you predict? Is AI and robotics going to make our jobs easier, or are they just going to knock out a swathe of manual labour?
I'm sure you know that ask an economist who predicts something, and will give you your own prediction about anything. So I'll answer what could it do rather than what would it do. Of course, it could improve our jobs enormously. You were not here when Darren Asimoglu was talking from MIT remotely. He was saying the same thing, really, which is not too surprising because he's a former LSE student. We could use AI actually to improve both our performance with respect to criteria like the Sustainable Development Goals, the environmental issues, though that's very important, of course, and also, I mean, a subject that has been very close to my heart since my graduate studies, which is the quality of the match between worker and job. In other words, the extent to which we can use our very specialized skills that we have as people, because we're so diverse in our capabilities as people that it's not possible to write down what we are good at and make sure, and it's also equally difficult for a job to write down exactly what qualities they are looking for in a person, and therefore make sure that the combination of the person and the job is one that is most productive from the employer side and most satisfying from the worker side. And by using AI more and more, you could find out more about exactly what's needed and what would be a good match, and learning. You know, it's like these new types of AI. I had a long discussion about is it Chat
GPT
with some initials, yeah. That the more you use it, then the things it comes up with, the closer they are to exactly to what you want to see and you want to write about, because they learn about
into
you.
an MA program, MBA program. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. You know, you could use that in the job, and as you see the performance that you're doing in the job, you know, following what you are following on your screen and all that, then they discover much better your exact abilities, the sort of capabilities you have, and then from there give you the best combination with respect to what the job is requiring, and that will improve what you're doing. Now, what Darren was saying, which is very interesting actually, but many others, of course, we have said it, I'm sure, Eric, myself, before in writings, is that what a company might be doing when they're introducing new technology is to make sure that they are creating new roles within the organization where people will be better at. There's a good example from banking, for example, that now we have no cashiers, kind of tellers, as the Americans were calling them. You know, they become automatic tellers, ATM machines, rather than those. But most of those who are employed there have moved outside their glass screens, and they stand at the entrance of the branch and they do customer relations. Now that's a new role for banking. You know, 10, 15 years ago, if you walked into a bank, you could never find someone to ask you about your account, what help do you need, what can I help you, have a conversation. Now they are there, and it's a good example where a bank introduces an ATM machine to do your deposits and withdraw your cash and all that, and then it creates new roles for those who are doing those jobs, and those new roles provide a better customer service. Now the way it's going, of course, ATM machines will now be kicked out by new technologies, which are the payments, the automatic credit card,
so this
debit card payments.
Development of AI is actually developing our human. You know, it's allowing the flourishing of very human qualities.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's really interesting. Yeah.
Because there will always be jobs that humans will be better at, just because they have so many diverse capabilities, skills, which a machine doesn't. After all, a machine is trained to do things. It might be trained to do things better than we do. You know, they might become better at playing chess than we do, but it's just this narrow way of playing chess. If you're playing your chess and then you want to have a cup of tea at the same time, the machine will be hopeless to do that, whereas a chess player might get up, make the tea, and come back, sit and continue.
So is it possible that we can, so in a lot of organisations, you've got the job that is like this and people have to fit the job. Might it be a much more imaginative way of working in future, where you fit the job to the person and their skills?
Yeah, that's the match. Yeah, that's what
that's
we call the matching. Yes, that's the dream, I'm also interested in, might there be an end to sort of gendered stereotyping, or perhaps, gendered jobs might be less of a thing? This has only recently occurred to me. Is this something within the scope of the review? We haven't. We're still at the stage that we're looking at the sort of overall, how are employers responding to the new technologies? What are they doing, and how are workers responding? But we are recording this, so the gender, if there is any any gender direction, if you like, by the employers or us doing it. So we should obviously bring it out. Of course, with gender there is the cultural thing as well, which is much slower to change than technology. But it is changing. You know, it's. Look at our institute. We are we evenly balanced or more heavily? Men are in a minority. Of the 3 founders of the institute, I'm the only one.
Oh, that could be the future of work.
Yeah,
so
I hope so. Yeah, I like it.
Move on a bit from AI. I mean, the biggest crisis, is the climate crisis.
Yes.
Essentially, and there are so many implications from this, and societal disruption, I think, is one that we don't talk about that much, apart from in the sense of people migrating. You know, how might technologies that are coming online now from what we might call the 4th Industrial Revolution or not, depending on whether we like that phrase, help us win out against, you know, the kind of heavy industry and the carbon-heavy industries of the past?
Mm-hmm. Well, we could start with small things there on the environment. I mean, obviously, the ultimate objective is sustainable energy sources, because energy is the big polluter. I think it's something like 90%. I think I've seen figures. I mean, it's incredibly high. So we need to move in that direction, and it's the new technology that will help us. You know, you've got wind in the North Sea. We've got sunshine in the Mediterranean. All these things matter. We're still way behind, actually. We're not collaborating well across nations as well in the provision of that. Although there are movements now, you know, I can give you an example. There is, like currently, for example, there is a plan to move to connect Egypt with the European Union via Cyprus and Crete, up to bring solar energy from the Egyptian desert onto Europe, for example. You know, that would make a lot of difference. It's not easy technology. You know, the Mediterranean is a very deep sea in the eastern Mediterranean, surprisingly deep, actually, given how small it is. But there are efforts going on. But we're not doing enough. Even if you look within the European Union, you know, Germany, that uses a lot of solar energy in its industry. Most of the solar panels that it uses are located in Germany. Well, go and locate them on those uninhabited Greek islands that have a lot more sun than you have. You know? So obviously the international collaboration needs to be a lot more than we have. Then there are, I mentioned earlier, the example from agriculture. I mean, agriculture is a big polluter, both animal husbandry, but also you know, the use of water, for example. Water resources, something like 70% of the world's water resources go into agriculture, and most of it is wasted. It's very easy to use, and in fact, they are in use, to use drones to identify where ground is dry and make sure that you only water those dry parts that are identified, rather than just let the water run and flood all the fields because you cannot direct it. And that's the way to do it. You know, efforts more. Now, how do you make people do it? I think we should use the tax system more imaginatively.
Thank you.
You know, tax more heavily.
Yeah. Old school.
Yeah.
Old school.
Oh, taxes. Oh, taxes. I mean, people respond to taxes. I mean, you know, I've been getting messages these last few days. You only have 5 days to submit your tax return, and I've been shaking every time I get a compliment. So people do respond when you see tax. When you see tax, you say, ah.
I'm just going to break there. We've got some time for questions. So, it's people in the room with questions. Have we got a mic? We have. Right, lady at the back here.
Hi, I've got a question. My name is Maria. I'm freelancer, but I used to work for a big organization. My question is around 4-day working weeks. It's been very popular since COVID and kind of been implemented in some of the organizations in the UK. What's your take on that? Are we ready for 4 working days a week, or do we need to do 4 days for 80% pay? Because everyone who's had a 3-day weekend feels much more rested to do 4 good days of work. So what's your opinion?
Well, I'll give you the brief answer, but if I could do some advertising for one of my former PhD students, there is a wonderful book written on the 4-day week by my former student, Pedro Gomez. Have you seen it at all? Yeah. Where he goes through all the arguments for and against. Let me, though, step back a bit and give you a bigger picture on the 4-day week. I mean, there's no doubt that as incomes and standards of living increase, we're reducing our hours of work for those employed. I'm not talking about people withdrawing completely. If there's a very, very good correlation between labor productivity measured very simply. Just take national income of a country and divide it by number of hours of work. And countries that have the highest productivity measure in that respect have the lowest hours of work. The best one of the highest productivities, for example, if you look at Europe, Germany is the most productive country, Netherlands, Scandinavians, they work the fewest hours of work. If you look at the other end, OECD, Mexico, Greece are the ones with the lowest productivity. They work longest hours of work, conditional on being at work. Therefore, as living standards rise, we have to find a way of the best way in terms of life satisfaction, if you like, that we restrict the hours of work. And traditionally, and we know that, why are bank holidays always on Monday here? We like to bunch hours of off work because there is a fixed cost to doing whatever you want to do out of work. In that, if you look at it that way, then the 4-day week is the right way to do it, as we are progressing on now. Pay will be higher necessarily, but that's because that's what will drive it. Now there are many difficulties though that you have to face. What's happening to schools, for example. Then those 3 days you do need people to provide you services, food services, travel, and all that. How do you distribute the hours of work? And that's why I told you about this sort of 200-page book that goes through one by one. But I've been seeing more and more actually that on the whole, I think on the whole writers are more favorable. But of course, there's also self-selection. Like if you're going to write a long document about 4-day week, then you better make sure you like it. You're not going to write it. Just kept criticizing. But I personally, I do think it's a good thing.
Yeah. I'm going to take one off the Slido. How should we understand dignity? Sen suggests that free being who shapes his or her life in reciprocity with others. Does this mean participation is key? Oh, that's a deep one.
Steve, well, if Sen said it, yes, he's right.
Right.
He was one of my teachers at the LSE.
Okay, we'll take one in the room. Man here and then. Oh, we'll just wait for the mic. Thanks.
I like what you said about how AI and other technologies could help with matching, something you've done a little work on. But it hasn't happened as fast as maybe some people. In fact, I just noticed one of the questions from David Otter predicted some of this 20 years ago. What are some of the barriers that are preventing AI and digital technologies and other mechanisms from improving matches? I recently helped my niece get a job as an economist. She called her uncle to introduce her to some people, and she ended up getting the job, which is good news, but that seems like a big failure for our systems overall, that's the way she ended up getting her job.
You see, it's interesting actually. I mean, it's very difficult to find the matches, and of course, the people who know you, it's it goes back to it doesn't sound fair, but in a sense, I'm sure the uncle knows a lot better.
Actually, I would debate that. So I had to ask her, what courses did you take, and explain that to me. I know she's a good person. Maybe that's what's important. But I really didn't know as much about her skills as maybe some kind of a questionnaire would.
Yeah. Well, I think that that's where AI and universities, especially actually, that they should be able to identify skills better in promoting rather than recommending everyone, as I was saying before, that they're good. It's very difficult actually. I mean, if I should be brave enough to admit it has been puzzling me a lot. When internet job matching came up for the first time in the 90s, people were asking, will the relation between vacancies and employment, the Beveridge curve, do you expect to see anything happening to it? And I said, oh yes, we'll just move to the origin, and then eventually we'll have it become a point. It's hardly moved. In fact, even now that most matching takes place, because still the best way of getting to learn about people and learning about the job is the personal contact. It's going for interview and talking to employers or talking to someone who knows more about what you are doing and everything else. What they were saying, actually, it was your session, I think, that you were saying there is still something special about person to person, and it's the same about discovering skills and improving the match person to person. Which, if I were rewriting my various matching papers, I would probably emphasize more the fixed cost of learning through personal contact, which I think I only have in one paper, actually, the last one, the one that was published in 2009.
Man behind, near the back, that's it.
Hi, my name's Andrew. Really good day. I'm a coach and I run workshops across Europe and stuff. One thing I've noticed a lot of executives, and my particular interest is stress and resilience, is that when you actually speak to them, the main thing is that there's just too much going on. It's too fast. And in fact, the actual solution is often to slow down. And that's the same in innovation, is there's a lot of there's a lot of work going on, but there's not a lot of outcomes. There's a lot of hours being done, but not a lot of productivity. I just wondered, did you look at the concept of ikigai or flow state? The Japanese concept of ikigai, of being engaged in work, and the flow state in terms of stretch and skills and being challenged. And that's actually where happiness comes from. I just wondered whether you looked at that in your work.
No, we haven't as yet. Of course, we are waiting for survey results that we're doing 2 surveys, both of employers and employees independently. Actually, we're not matching them. And then when we get the results, we're going to summarize the outcome. If we find that that's the case, we're completely open to it. But I have to say, a priori, hearing before I see the surveys, I mean, there is a little bit of waste that work, or at least what appears to be waste that is not productive use of hours. But I doubt it, though, that it's really productive, because if I mean, look at it that way. If what you're saying is correct, then people would be getting very bored at work.
But they're rather bored or they're anxious.
Well, I mean, if you're bored at work, can't you find something to do? Because they don't know what they want to do. Well, if you follow the principles of good work that we've been talking about all day, then they will find something to do, because you give them more autonomy.
Executives that I work with, they're in a career by accident, and a lot of students are going to university and they're not getting graduate jobs, so they feel that, what's the point? What's the purpose?
It's a sad state of affairs, actually, if it's like that. So our study I hope, will have an impact and change all that.
Thank you. We haven't got much time, so I'd like to. There's a couple of questions over here. A gentleman in the middle and a lady at the front next, if you can pass that along.
Hi there. My name is Nathan, co-founder of Demiser, which is a knowledge discovery tool. You mentioned earlier that one of the benefits of automation will be that there's jobs that will be better at, and those automation will free up people to do those jobs. Darren shared some results earlier which showed that that wasn't the case, and mainly the results you showed showing the task, showing that automation was meaning that people were going back into the workforce and competing for the same jobs and not going into new jobs. Do you have any ideas on why these new jobs aren't coming to fruition that are promised by automation?
I think actually it's his point as well as the one we're making that many employers, if not both, are still treating labor as a cost, as a production cost, and they're cutting them down, and that's the mentality, that's the culture that has to change. That your workers are your biggest asset. It's your human capital. You know, I mean, economists invented the idea of human capital in the early 60s, and although they're talking about human capital when it comes to education, they are not talking about it when it comes to being employed. You know, what is a firm? A firm is a unit that combines physical capital with human capital, and there is some management on top that play the role of the matchmaking role, and you get output out. And if you do it like that, then you will know that what we see now, which is what you are saying, is not optimal. It's what Darren was saying. So that, I mean, that's the line that we've been pushing. More that think more about your workers as one of your best resources.
Can we pass the mic down to? Thanks very much.
Hi, so Kat Barnard. I worked in recruitment for a long time, and I just want to come back to this point about algorithms and hiring. I think, based on like career and so on, that the primary problem with all of this is that most job descriptions are written as shopping lists of skills requirements, and most algorithms don't incorporate the full taxonomy of jobs, and each organisation, as is its right, will maybe define a job in a slightly different way, so you can get huge variation on what is ostensibly the same skills requirements. But ultimately, and this does boil down to the point of well-being and happiness, human beings aren't square pegs. They are rounded, and they are continuously developing and expanding their skills and their potential and their wants and hopes and dreams. And I think until we crack that nut, and I'm not entirely sure how technology will help us do it, but actually that is the nub of the matter as far as I can see, is how do we create roles for people that allow them to flourish and deliver their best work when, as we all are, we're continuously, perpetually kind of evolving and growing and adapting. And so I see recruitment as a function of human resources and organisational development and organisational flourishing as completely broken at the moment. And back to Eric's point about, you know, being actually the best hires are when, somewhat nepotistically, somebody is able to refer somebody in. That's far more effective than relying on an algorithm, which technically one would hope would remove bias. It's a complex problem, and I don't really know what the answer is.
Well, it's very complex, and we're nowhere near solving it completely, but as long as we're moving in the right direction, and what I was saying about AI before is that with the capacity we have now to record individual characteristics based on what you are doing, or that we're going to be much more able to match more of those characteristics than we did in the past. But we're nowhere achieving the goal, and that's why you see so much going on now.
So analysis of the data, actually educating internally within organisations, educating around what the data means and what it could mean. So not necessarily, you know, it's raw form data, but what does it mean? And actually, that's quite an interesting point, because, you know, we see employee engagement survey software having proliferated across the last decade, but doesn't seem to have moved the needle forward in terms of the extent to which people feel engaged. So I wonder if part and parcel of what we need to do next is provide more education around how to interpret data and then operationalise it
Can I
for
just
the
pick
good?
up your point? So we haven't got much time.
Sorry.
So we've got Chris, could you take that with, would mandating employee happiness, wellbeing, skills reporting for businesses help to create a better environment for automation, productivity initiatives?
That is definitely the case, and that's what employers are saying as well now, that if you manage to get the employees to be better matched and to give them more freedom to operate, once you know they have those skills, you give them more freedom to operate within the company, then it will be a lot more creative and a lot easier, more creative and more productive applying the automation technologies and introducing new automation machinery and technologies in your workplace and increasing your productivity. To go back to this though, you put it actually, what you said at the end is really the crux of the matter, which is that it's the value of data. Data is extremely valuable, and when it comes to describing human beings, it's probably the most the most complicated data sets that you can get, that we still don't have the ability to do it manually, definitely. The only thing we can say is that we've got a lot more capacity now to store and process that data through AI. So the more data we feed onto a machine with AI, the more likely we are to come with something better than we had in the past. Now, of course, that creates loads and loads of issues about privacy, confidentiality. Would you trust someone? Because we are not technicians. There's got to be some technician who holds that data. You know, it could be Google, for example, that collects all that data from what we do. Do you trust them to have more and more and more so that they give you a good match at work? At work, who knows what else they will use it to match against you? Which are issues how you combine the sort of human side of it, if you like, with the need to process the data in the best possible way to get a good match between what you have and what the employer wants in the job.
Chris, I'm conscious of time. I'd like to end on this question, because we haven't mentioned frictions once. What might the potential frictions be in labour markets of the future?
Actually, the potential frictions are always based on information and data, for the reasons we just said and what we are discovering, and it's quite something actually, because when this approach, the frictional approach, first started in the late 60s, you know, with people like Phelps, Ned Phelps and others in the States, and then when I took it up for my PhD a few years later, people were telling me also at the LSE that it's not an important enough problem. You know, I mean, we're calling it imperfect information at that time. You know, like equilibrium under imperfect information. I say no, it's not important. You know, you don't mean. I mean, how much difference will it make if you assume that we don't know, that we know a probability distribution describing something instead of the actual point? Are you sure? Blah blah. And then I was just fascinated on decision theory under uncertainty, and that's where I moved into. And the more information we get, and the more we progress, the more you realize that it's the big problem, and it is what drives the friction after all, which is quite something. It's an eye opener, in fact. Yeah. So the frictions of the future will be based on information, because it's changing all the time. I think you mentioned it just before. You know, every time you get a new technology, then you generate new information about what that technology can do, and you have to learn it every time new. So it's got to be, it's an ongoing learning process of the new data, and an ongoing processing of that data. And I think that's also the potential for us losing control to the machines, in that they'll be able to process information much better and much faster than what we do. And what do we do?
Chris,
As we cheer you up.
Yes, thank you so much.
Don't give it to the military.
That's the end. I'm going to hand over to Anna to close the conference. It's been wonderful to talk to you. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know I'm saying thank you too much, but I've got a few more thank yous to do. It's thank yous and admin rather than closing. So thank you very much to all our panellists, to Warwick Business School and Imperial College, our academic partners who's making this journey possible with us. Most of all to our team at IFOW who are behind all of the content, and not just all of the content, all the social media and all the organisation of today. It's been amazing, and hats off in particular to Kester, if you're here, who's our new comms lead and has been thrown right in the deep end and really risen to the occasion. And I include in the team the IFOW trustees too, and Naomi especially, who's moderated today. On admin and closing, there is a survey, so please do submit it. It'll be on your emails and also on the app. Social media, do make any closing comments using the hashtag Pissarides Review. And lastly, leave your badges, please, as you go out on the table downstairs. Thank you very much.
Because we're
those
too
of you
poor
who
to
joined us
provide.
remotely as well as in person. Do stay in touch.